Chat, once again, welcome back to Roadwarden. I've been thinking about this game a lot, okay? While we may have been biking for the last hour, I think it's time for us to move on, get out of biking, get out of underwater tunnels, and it's time for us to go right into Roadwarden. This game has been on my mind since last night because of how complex it is. I've been thinking about a lot of different scenarios. I've been thinking a lot about like the meaning of these different like groups that we see and like what we encounter. And I've been thinking a lot about how these people live their like lives and the responsibility that falls on my shoulders as a road warden. And I'm realizing that I'm the wrong person for the job. I'm the most irresponsible person that you probably know. And so it stands to reason that I'm gonna be the reason why this like land falls to ruin at some point. Right now, last time when we finished, we ended up in the creeks, where we walked into a bunch of people like bathing naked, and I looked at them. I don't know why I looked at them. I don't know why I looked at them. I chose to look at them, and we made Yogi into a zebra. That's the best part, actually. That Yogi is now a zebra, and that's a barbarian horse. Apparently, zebras are native to this land, and they used to be tamed by the barbarians, by the creeks. What we're seeing is sort of like a remnant of the old world as they first came here. And now we actually start to get to unravel certain mysteries that we've been dealing with for a while now. We're about 11 to 12 days in, which means we only have about 32 to 33 days left inside of the game's life cycle. Which is scary because, again, we spent like 5 days working just to buy one shield, which was a bad choice. That was a very stupid choice. I think what I should have done was just go on explorations and like find things to make more money that way. And I realized that I need to change tact, right? Working is stupid. That's why I'm streaming here with all of you in the middle of the day instead of like going to work. What I'm going to do instead is we're going to earn money by effectively panhandling from the people that I need to protect. They think I'm working for them to protect them. No, I'm effectively I'm begging for money, like scraps for like odd jobs. And I really enjoyed today's quote to start today's session. Beasts feel only hunger. Very apt, I think, for the section that we're going to be going into, because it seems like the Creeks has a bit of a history with the nature around them, and we know about the fact that the nature around us is alive, and that they're, the more that you encroach onto natural lands, the more that the land fights back almost. And yet it's also kind of like that's not really a problem, right? We're the problem. Humans are the ones who feel emotions. Beasts feel only hunger. And so for us to go onto these lands, it's technically our fault. When an animal what an animal does trying to survive is just a survival tactic. It's just trying to live, right? What we do when we go onto their land, that's our mistake. We believe that that they should allow us, as if we have some divine right to this land, having come here. But the truth is, this is a wild, untamed land that we're trying to churn, into ours just to make a bit of money for a random no-name guild in Hovleven. The life of a road warden is very odd, and I've been thinking about this a lot. The juxtaposition of our responsibilities and who we actually answer to. It reminds me almost of like doctors, right? How a doctor, their responsibility is to save lives, and yet at the same time, they must do things by insurance, by hospital admins. They can't just say, like, hey, this person needs XYZ treatment. They have to fight for hours with insurance, for instance, to try to get some, like, treatment done. It reminds me of, like, that the road warden is very much the same. That though I have a responsibility to this land, it ultimately is secondary to my ultimate goal. And even the game's mechanics reinforce this. You only have 45 days to do everything. And when that time is, like, up, you have to go back home, because you work for the guild, not for the people of this land. Working for money is lame. Let's just remember that quote, chat. Working for money is lame. That should be an intro quote at some point in this game. Now again, last time I said we finally arrived at the creeks. We delivered, we told them that a bird is going to be delivered. We chose not to collect the coin because I'm stupid. Thinking back on it, I should have asked for like a coin, but I want to build a relationship first, right? I want to make sure that people on this land know that I love them and to have them love me. And also, we're getting closer and closer to the eastern crossroads, which is somewhere here. We're getting closer and closer and closer to major mysteries being solved. But we still need to get the Empress card back all the way to the old druid in order to save old Pagos. That is a major objective of mine, because I don't want to see them suffer. And I think the old druid is going to be critical to solving all of their problems. It's also important for us to go there to clear this tunnel, because we need to tell them that the tunnel is blocked, and we need people to work there. We may even be able to convince the creeks, I hope. What's this game? It's a narrative adventure game. Imagine like a choose your own storybook, but with a lot more depth, a lot more RPG mechanics, and a lot more interesting choices and like writing branches. You actually get to decide a lot of like how this game evolves. And honestly, I think the writing is very, very stellar. In fact, we'll start right now, and you'll see exactly what this game is, because we haven't even we stopped before we could even read this. Now, as context, we were getting a tour of the creeks from the hunter that we arrived with, Ephron, who we saved, as well as by his brother, the carpenter, Ella. You reach the edge of the village. The cliff is tall as the wall. Beneath you, two creeks meet each other and form a gentle river. These are the trees we used to learn more about woodwork. Ella smiling as he leans his back against the wall of a house. We plant new ones, but we'll soon have to bring wood from further away. Give the saplings a few years or have long they grow. A decade. And this is where I leave the two of you with your boring tree talks. Ephron points at you. See me later if you need. I'll be around. I rarely hunt alone. The carpenter watches his departing companion with genial eyes. Well, there's work to be done. A new chair awaits me. He leads you to a humble working station, placed at the edge of the square. The tools you notice are very simple, if not primitive. We don't have to talk about my trade stick. What brings you to us? What? Now, this is a very near to strong game. Again, if it's your first time seeing it, you make a lot of choices in this game. I liken it to a choose your own storybook, but I think it's even deeper than like that. This is an RPG through and through and through. If it didn't have any real-time elements, where you make choices primarily like in like stop time, but there's still meaningful choices that you can make. It feels almost like a tabletop RPG with a DM that's like written a lot of pre-material that you're trying to read from. It's a very fascinating model. And here we have our first set of options for today. I can tell them about the old Pagos Plague, and maybe actually this might even get us some inside information, because I'm assuming these people know more about what's going on here. They seem much more close to the land and to nature itself, and so maybe, just maybe, we can utilize their knowledge. We can also ask them if they've heard about the bandits, and if they've caused them any trouble. Again, Glaucia's band. We know from Gale Rocks that she's from there and that she's a part of them. And it seems like they're hiding something about her. We asked about Asterion, and Asterion should have passed through here, right? Unless he took the shortcut through this like path. I believe Asterion is like here. But I also had this like thought as well that we actually should be going through this path to try to find Asterion. I actually believe that Asterion is somewhere in the middle of this forest, because if he followed the same advice as old Pagos, then he would have gone through. I also had this thought that Asterion, the old Roadwarden, probably went to the heart of the forest and caused something. Remember what the druid said? Stay away from the forest, leave nature and leave nature be, otherwise it will fight back. And we know that that's not just an idle threat. That if you push and you encroach onto nature, that nature will summon the fog and a bunch of zombies will come out to like eat you. I believe that Asterion is probably the cause of a lot of really strange things happening in this land. Because why would he want to make an outpost at the eastern outpost? At the eastern crossroads? So close to the woodland edge. So close to the heart of the forest. It's a very strange place to want to be, right? To want to build life over there. And I wonder, and it made me think, maybe he is responsible for a lot more problems than we think he is. We can also say, this village isn't much older than you are. What's its story? We can learn more about the Acrace, which is going to be very valuable information, because we're going to have to come back here very often, I assume. We'd like to learn more about the peninsula, at least on this side of the world. I imagine they know quite a bit more. We can ask about what he feels about his own brother, Ephron. We can say, and note that they've had some issues with the Eastern Path. And maybe this will also allow us to get a quest where we get money while also trying to solve their issues. We can say being a carpenter in this part of the realm isn't easy. Which it isn't. I mean, apparently a barrel takes like 5 years to like make, so who knew? But I think we should start simple. Tell them about the plague and start off of the threads that we know about before we start new threads. Because we have a lot of notes that we need to figure out. There's a lot of things that we need to remember. Dementia post-stream. What? And we'll eventually figure out what these things mean. But I think for now we start simple. They're suffering from old Pagos is suffering from a plague. The village is isolating itself from outsiders. He freezes, puts away his tools, then looks at you with wide eyes. Then wait for a bit, will you? Without waiting for your response, he springs up and knocks down a few planks as he lurches away, asking his neighbors to call the entire tribe. Wow, the entire tribe? Okay, this is very, People surround you, asking what's going on. Once the news spreads, you answer dozens of questions, though most of what you have to say could be summed up with, I'm not sure. Aside from the worried faces, there are also more pragmatic ones. Hunters mentioned that they won't be able to deliver their autumn pelts, while one of the farmers wonders about her cousin. She was always so pious, she says with an accent you remember from old Pagos. May the right reward her prayers or nothing, or else. At some time, the crowd pays you little attention, and Ela leads you back to his workshop. They and I will discuss this later, he says with an absent voice, then sits down and glances at his neighbors. You know those bandits that I've heard about? Have they been causing you any trouble? Makes an awkward cut with a chisel, lets out a quiet shit, and starts to rub the plank with its thumb. Bandits, you say? Soldiers from the city have already taken care of them. You pressure him for a bit, and after he glances at you, he nods slowly. Bandits is a strong word. Those are not some strangers, but folks of the north, my neighbors. One of them is from my very own tribe. And they don't target us, just strangers. You ask him again if he's sure no one from this village has been targeted so far, and for a cold eye, he reaches for a carving knife. So it seems like Glocky's band really is entrenched deep into this territory, but also makes sense. We only want to deal with Glocky's band in order to get information, and to get I forget who was on our side. The Pelt Innkeep. However, the Pelt's Innkeep is almost like divorced from the rest of the problems in this territory. They're actually very, very close to Hovleven itself, and so I almost wonder if they struck a deal with Hovleven, the main city, as well as the guild, in order to try to further the city's influence on these lands, right? And I wonder if even their hostility towards the White Marshes is even true. Maybe it's just a rumor that I've heard, and maybe I'm basing all this on lies. Because though it's in a quest log only records what we know. And what we know is an artifact of what we've heard about in the world. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's true, it just means that somebody's told us about this stuff. And they themselves could very much lie about it. But that's a problem for another day, I think. For now, I have some more pressing questions. Like Asterion, is he around? Yells his work and looks at you with an exaggerated frown. That's a weird question. The first Roadwarden I've seen in, well, this season, I think. Did you check in the western villages? You'll get to Howler's Dell simply by staying on the road. His right hand, still holding a tool, is now squeezing his stomach gently. That's very interesting. I wonder why he's squeezing his stomach gently. It's almost like that's a tell of some sort. And now we have an option for it even. People say that Asterion has spent a lot of time in your village. You're hiding something. He adjusts his shoulder cape and clears his throat with a grunt. People, aye. Well, there's some truth to that. But Asterion isn't here. We don't know where he is. He took our coins, but for fair labor. He moved wares to other settlements, patrolled the roads, escorted an old woman to a druid and back, and I think I know which druid. Did you know you can get good prices for iron at Halloysdale, but even better at White Marshes? Oh, and remember, what was the iron? Think about this. Old Pagos, and by extension, the monastery, they got a bunch of iron from Asterion. One of the jobs that they sent Asterion on was to get iron from somewhere. And we know that the White Marshes doesn't get along with the Unites, right? Which is the it seems like the majority religion in this area. Aside from me, they're the only other pagans in this land, the people in the White Marshes. And so I'm starting to build like a thread here. What if it was a curse? What if the iron that he obtained from this quote-unquote old furniture was actually a cursed iron, designed to spread like a plague all around the land? What if this plague is entirely artificial? Seeing a look, he turns away and rests his elbow on his workbench. His plans are his own problem, and I have no reason to believe he wanted to be found, nor can I help you. Come on now, Ella, be serious now, Ella. I need to know what happened to Asterion. It's my job. He springs up, still holding his tools and demonstrating his strutting physique, and raises his voice. I am serious. I don't know. He looks behind him. It even takes a step back. But with every few gestures, his breath gets a little slower. He said there's something of great value hidden in the wilderness, Roadwarden. But treasure, I think. And that treasure would change the north. He rubs his forearms, but there's still tension in his shell, his body. He needed help we couldn't give him, and told us to prepare for Glockier and her bandits to come for supplies. He paid for them up front, but she never came. Neither did he. That's interesting. See, we had an inkling before that Glaucia and Astarion were in cahoots, considering that they had a deal of some sort. But I didn't realize that their deal was a part of some treasure hunting scheme. And I wonder what went wrong. Because there's no way Glaucia wouldn't come for her due, tools or rewards or something. There's no way she wouldn't not come for a package. So what happened to the both of them? At the Eastern Crossroads. When he sits down again, he doesn't look at you. I never saw him like that before. He was tired and worried, friend. His words lacked confidence. It may be very well that something caught him. But we weren't a part of this. Now, please, let me be. Very well. You've given me enough of an answer. There's more questions that we can ask him, and I think we pissed him off enough anyways. We're now in the main city, or the village of Creeks, and Yogi is enjoying the cold stream and green grass to graze on, and welcomes me with a knicker. I can either return to Ephron, the hunter. Maybe he has a new hunt for us. We can talk to old Hava, the farmer. I can check out the shallow creek, but every time that I have checked out a creek, a Sorin has jumped out to try to kill me. And I can also try to find some more love. We need some more people who are willing to find like a partner for Hallow's Dell. Well, I think we have a good match for Teemo. For somebody who wants like a strong man. We have a strong man from Gala Rocks. But for Marina, we have no one yet. And so I wonder if it's worth it to try to look for someone here. After a few minutes, you find yourself sitting at a table with Shoshi, a dark-haired 20-year-old who some call a woodcutter, others a singer. Both of these roles, her massive stature must be of help. When she walks, she either carries a large axe on her shoulders or swings it around, towering over her tribesfolk like a chieftain from the Tales of War. She admits she enjoys a friendly shag from time to time, but can't see a future for her in Creeks. Enough of these friends lose their lives in the wilderness. I start seeing cats and gargoyles in every shadow. I'd rather have a few calm, safe years at the side of a pretty little woman whom I'll see in my bed in the evenings. Though, friends, not just her. She lets out Sonner's laughter. You mentioned you don't know if she'll be able to keep her trade after moving away, and she strokes her axe with affection. Oh, I'd miss the woods, but who knows? My tribe can't be the only one that cuts trees around here, You gotta ask her about her worldview, but she's bored by the topic. We here, she looks around, have no temples and priests, and I don't aim to become one. Marina is actually a good fit for her. Remember, Marina wanted anyone. She doesn't really care about anybody. The problem is that she wants somebody who's going to follow Wright's followers, so we shouldn't tell her about who she is. However, Marina was fine going with any person at all. It's unfortunate, though, that she doesn't want to join the religion. Maybe there's one more town. Maybe someone in White Marshes might be more suited for her. Let's check out the creek. With the calming sounds of the waterfall around you, you observe the stream, as clean as a spring. The oak ash soap and the tea set you own can help me get cleaner. Yes, I can be even cleaner. Jump on in. There are no fish or plants to bother with, and your feet find mud among the not always smooth pebbles. The water reaches above your waist, allowing you to have some fun and wash every spot of your shell. Some fun? Thanks to the gentle flow, you're able to remove the mud stains from your clothes and boots. And now we get one more appearance. We're cleaner, which allows us to talk to people even nicer. Let's talk to Ephron. No, to Old Hover. Before we go on a random adventure with Ephron, I think he's gonna get us onto a different hunt. We should talk to Old Hover first. A farmer. You follow the path between the fields, witnessing a one-sided conversation between Old Hava and a barely adult man. She orders him around, pointing at various plants, criticizing the sight of weeds, addressing the fancy clothes he's wearing. He observes his red-dyed boots and lets out a relieved sigh after your arrival. I better change, he mumbles, heading to the main square. I step out of his way. The woman spares you a wry glance, then turns away, focused on the struggling vegetables. She's the only person in the village who wears clothes made of plant fabric, but they're weathered and covered with decades-old patches. Her hands, clasped behind her back, are constantly twitching. That's a very interesting detail to give me. There could be a sense of fear, and so maybe it's better for me to make sure that she knows that I'm a friendly person. And I don't really want to scare her, so let's make sure that she knows that we're here for a good purpose. And so we can ask her how she's doing in a very friendly way. We can also go all the way and, make her feel like she's the one who's stronger, right? And we just just wait there patiently for our turn. Maybe she doesn't like to be alone, but I don't want to seem like I'm useless either. I don't want to seem like I'm too weak. I could threaten her and just be like, hey, don't test my patience. But I don't want to bother the people in this town. Could be a bit distant. Ask for what she has for like sale. I guess she's a salesperson. But that seems very lame when you consider that people, especially somebody who lives in this village, might have very interesting details that I could learn about that would help me in my journey. I could be playful as say youth, huh? Back in my day, which might be funny. This may be able to diffuse the situation somewhat. After another minute, you consider leaving, but she finally breaks the silence.
You'd be crying in bed like a tot if you had seen the things I did at your age. Mocked my years. I'm proud of them.
She turns towards you and raises her shaking hands.
My soul's still here, but fog is crawling into my shell. Yet you waste my time, stranger.
I'm sorry. I'm looking for a place to sleep, actually.
We need another hut, and we have no space for it.
She gazes at you with dry, tired eyes.
If you need a scrap of floor, go to the tavern.
I guess the locals don't have any rooms for me to rent. To be fair, it's a new, growing, bustling city, and they did tell me that there's not a space for them. What do you have for sale then, lady?
We sold what we had. We're lucky hunters. And these,
she looks at the wrinkled vegetables,
will go into a stew if they're even worth picking.
Right, this is the lady who was trying to build up the farmland around here. Without noticing it, she grabs her left forearm with her right hand, but it doesn't stop the twitching.
We always have a fish trap to spare. We make them just in case. A large basket, put it in a creek, and wait a day or two until something swims inside. I'll sell you one for 2 dragon bones. And if you'd rather eat something right away,
she carries on after a short pause,
our cooks would spare you a roast grouse or a chicken. It'll be cold but fresh. We always have one. You never know when there are maggots in your supplies, and kids shouldn't skip a meal.
You ask her to tell you more, but her patience grows thin.
It's the best sliced roast in the north. We have plenty of spices to it, so it spoils slowly. That's it.
I do like the idea that, spices will cause things to spoil slowly. It's kind of true, technically. I mean, if you cook something, it does last, longer. But I never understood the science behind it. To be fair, these people probably don't either. They just see salt and, herbs and say, lasts longer, still tastes as good. Maybe it just hides the, taste of sour. Fine. Show me how this trap works. Oh, my bad. I'm broke. She cracks her knuckles. I don't expect many merchants to reach this place. Why don't you move your traps to Foggy's?
What's it to you?
She doesn't wait for your response.
Does our yard look like there's space for nets?
That's a fair point. And it also seems like she's not willing to tell me more about merchants. Not too many of them here, and there's no way for me to find more. There's no option for me to find things, unless Ella wants to talk to me, but I pissed him off. To be fair, we got a lot of good information from pissing him off, but it did result in us having to wait some other day. How about Ephraim? He's lost in his thoughts. What do you think about Ella? Repeats your question, making sure he heard correctly. I respect him. He took good care of me as an older brother. Our tale isn't an easy one, so I'd rather keep it to ourselves before you blade something back to him. Which means he doesn't trust me enough. I saved his life, and he doesn't trust me enough to tell me about his own brother. God. Everybody thinks blood is thicker than water or something, but it's really blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb, my guy. We're in the covenant now. I saved your life. Are you the only hunter around, Ephraim?
But of course not. There's
He takes a suspiciously long pause.
7 of us. The tribe is small. We have enough food without daily trips. If we catch too much meat, it spoils, so it's better to let the animals feel safe. And strike when they least expect it.
Try to change the topic, but the man suddenly looks around and lowers his wolf head.
Well, there's just one issue. My friends left the village many days ago, and I'm really afraid for them. Ella thinks they're already dead.
You know what? I can help you. I'll try to find these hunters. Tell me what you know. He walks around, from time to time looking at you with an open mouth, not sure how to start. He takes off his heavy cloak and looks you in the eyes.
They left for a few days to seek and kill some big game. Each of them a different one, then bring all of them for me to judge.
His confident voice falters when he mentions his own part.
The winner would have caught me the prey of the greatest size, rarity, utility, and of the greatest threat. He turns away and lowers the wolf's mouth. There were a couple options here. I think we start from top to bottom because these all seem like questions instead of like things that we have to say. So tell me more about those three. They're hunters and fighters, but they're also close friends. If one of them was in trouble, the others would have done all they could to help. They've been a team for years, and we're planning to start a family this winter, you know. Their last big adventure before Dahlia's belly locks her at home. Dahlia's belly? He gives you quite a tale of their deeds and features. Dahlia is the bravest of them, with strong legs. She has simple ways and looks for beasts in the open, by the roads. Her hair is light, always tied in a single braid. Admin is a man who seeks paths and challenges. He believes that seeking knowledge of the peninsula will bring the tribe ways to survive hardships. He is smaller than the others, and knows more about dressing the wild game than any of us. His arms are small, so he often places traps. His hair is a bit darker than Dahlia's, but short, just like his beard. Vachel is not a man, though they were born with a prick, and wears brown and greens to blend in with the trees. They hunt like a gargoyle, hiding among leaves, jumping at a creature when it gets close. Because of that, they have often roamed in the woods, even those that are far away from the village. Now we have a couple of interesting options. Alright, this sounds serious, but if you want me to look at them, I shall deserve a reward. I don't want to push that angle just yet. I think that's going to piss him off, because it is kind of like callous. It's a very callous thing to say, and I think I'm more interested in solving the problems necessarily than making money. Because worst case, I actually think we have all that we need. There's nothing else that I need to like buy necessarily. I mean, sure, I could buy some extra things and have some more things, but what is it really going to do me? All I need is one coin. Toss a coin to your witcher to buy a fish to give to an old man. Nothing else is really necessary from this point, I don't think. And so instead, I want to ask about where should I start, and what if I if I were to find them, what should I tell them? And also, do they often send lone hunters? Why? Actually, I do want to know about the customs. Does your tribe often send lone hunters? Why not working groups? Yes, this isn't a hunt, but a competition. The winner names their first child. I have heard their arguments. You wouldn't believe how hard it is to pick a name when you have 3 parents, he chuckles to himself. Once the memory fades, he gets serious again. But I can't disagree with you, friend. It's the first time in many years since my tribe's folk have gone on such a reckless trip, and I fear it may remind us why the peninsula isn't a place for adventures. Let's say I were to find them. What should I tell them? Have you no shred of optimism? Maybe they're fine. Just tell them to come home. We've got enough wood and food to start the next feast. And I have a hint that an honorable guest may be welcome there. Smiles at you, and for a moment you think you see the wolf's head wink. And that's me. I'm the honorable guest. And where would I start? Where should I start? He looks at you as if you're slow. I would have found it myself if I knew, Let the horse take you to other settlements. Ask there. I guess the only option left is to ask about a small reward. Listen, this sounds serious, but if you want me to look for them, I still deserve a reward, a dragon bone or 2. Isn't helping 3 young, strong souls enough?
Seeing your look, he raises his voice, draws his obsidian edged club, and touches his chest with it.
Then I will loyally assist you, friend. For your brave deeds, you may count on me on a day of great challenge.
As he lowers his weapon, he winks at you.
And others will be grateful as well. You know that.
Now I have some 2 options. Now I can choose whether to press him for money, which I don't want to. I can say, your assistance, huh? As if I'm very doubtful about his ability to help me. How about some dragon bones? But I do believe that a person's assistance is worth more than any number of coin. Even just as a scapegoat. I can throw him to a monster and let the monster eat him as I run away even. So instead, I'll tell you if I find anything.
Thanks, friend. If all you have is a tale of their dead shells, bring me something to prove it. A trinket, a weapon, a thing we can throw into a pyre. I'll try.
Now we get to ask about even more things. Like, do the hunters from the Pelt of the North hinder your job? It's a very interesting option. Because we do know that the Pelt of the North is a much more mercantile, mercenary group. They're not really focused on building relationships. They're focused on making money. And so now that I'm on this thread about Glockia and the idea that maybe what they told me about their quest was more of a lie than a truth, it's probably not worth the money that they're trying to give us to stop her band, so to speak. But, however, her band does hate the White Marches, and I wonder what's going on over there. Nah, they only get closer when they chase after wounded prey, so it would stay mostly the same. You could have another village twice our size, lances toward the gate, halfway from here to Pelt, and there would still be more than enough game for every belly, as long as they would forage instead of farms. You ask him if he has ever considered joining professional hunters, but he takes off the wolf's head and gives it to you, so that you can take a better look. It's weirdly warm from the sun. That's the only wolf any of us felled in the last 5 years, you see. Not that we're cowards. He suddenly raises his voice. Our trade just isn't like the big game hunters. I place fish traps, put glue to catch birds, shoot rocks at rats and rabbits. When in a group, we may seek roe deer or aurochs. Again, what he's trying to, I guess, emphasize here is that his people are focused on survival. And it's very different, right? It's a very different life. Because when we talk to the Pelts, they're focused on making money and doing trade with very expensive, luxurious pelts to sell back in the city as like a fashion statement. These people are trying to build a farm. They're so busy just trying to survive. He takes the hat back and looks at it with nostalgia. Those in the inn seek trophies, not meat, so they hunt for big beasts. Ones that, fight back. Our ways are different, but I like that bunch. At least they smile, unlike others in the peninsula. Hunters will always find a common tongue. Once it's seen the blood and guts, you have to laugh or go crazy. And it is a very interesting option here too. Have you ever had an opportunity to work with Erastos from Hallingsdale and Cassian from Gala Rocks? Do they know their trade? The two hunters that the Pelts of the North asked me to find information on, to maybe recruit them for their jobs. To join their mercenary group. Aye, with both of them I'd rather hunt for frogs than waste my time teaching them both how to not trip over their own feet. He rubs the forehead of his wolf, not aware that you're waiting for him to tell you more. What, surprised? He finally adds. Erastos barely knows how to catch a rabbit or a sparrow. He's as much of a trapper as a child with a stick is a soldier. And Cassia is even worse. Big mouth, sure, but whenever we seek blades at Gala Rocks help us catch a big prey, she suddenly gets a headache. But her sister really did ask us. She wanted us to get her sister, Cassia, a job. And maybe we can get some more valuable information, so maybe it's worth it to just, throw it in there. What do you know about the road running through the heart of the forest? This is a very important question. I believe this one ties back into Assyrian. I know to avoid it. Blood there. Seeing that you're waiting for a longer tale, he adjusts his heavy cloak, spending a good minute on making sure that you understand it's a dangerous place. You'll do better riding around it. The northern road is the safest, he concludes. After you insist that any sort of guidance may be of use, he scratches the wolf's head. I've heard from a friend that gnolls were moving there. Those very small beast folks, He moves an open hand close to his hips, portraying the height. They'll threaten you until you give them some meat, and that's all they eat. No fruits, no, I don't know, bones, but it's the fright apes that scare me the most. And there's an entire family of them, fright apes. Trust me, you ever hear the terrible scream of a human somewhere in the tree crowns? Run as fast as you can. Don't seek it, and certainly don't fight it. Just ride as fast as you can. But now we know a new genre of apes. We've seen howlers, and howlers are very similar, where they make a lot of noise and they damage my ears. I have a piece of wax to help me though. But now a fright ape that uses a human cry to lure you in to maybe eat you, that's a bit terrifying. But there's nothing else to ask him. He's not really much of a font of information. Honestly, this town, aside from Ela, doesn't really give you much. They're still building up. It's a very small place. And so I walk away. Have a good hunting. Yogi is walking around the tree, as far away from it as his court allows. Yogi's bored. She's very bored. My bored zebra. And so I think it's worth it for us to go back to Garo Rocks at this point, grab the fish, and tell them about what I found about the broken tunnel, and see if they're willing to help me fix it. The workers are now resting. So again, this town, we know that the workers will go in the morning to fish, and then they'll stop at nighttime to come back home. We have a bunch of people to talk to, and it costs money to learn about gossip, which is kind of useless. Who I want to talk to, is the I was hoping she would be able to tell me about the the blockade, but yeah, sure. I guess there's nothing there. Maybe there's more people. There's more wares that this place has. Wares. You learn that the locals craft mostly in winter and only work on things they need for themselves. The only year-long artisans are the carpenters and coopers, but even they produce almost exclusively barrels. Winter. Craftsmen. Barrel. The carpenters work without haste, shaping the precious beams and planks carefully yet confidently. The smell of raw fish from the salty gets a bit too intense. I guess there is no one here, huh? We need 1 coin to buy the fish, so maybe it's worth it for us to go walk around for a bit and just see some other things. I don't want to go into the tunnel, it's a bit risky, but at least letting Foggy know about what we've done should maybe get us some new stuff to do, at least more trust, where she will finally be able to tell us even more. Let's see what the foragers have, though. Maybe they knew about, some of the hunters. And it seems like we have an option. We know that the foragers effectively walk across this entire northern region, and they go quite far, actually. They go all the way down to the foraging grounds, and even all the way back here to the old forest garden. So it makes sense that they would go, that they would meet these larger groups of people even further out from this small tavern. Admin, Dahlia, and Veshel didn't return from the hunting trip. Did they share any plans with you?
Why would they? Growls V. They don't waste they don't waste their time. We don't bother with theirs.
Elan's eyes are a bit warmer.
Ephraim already asked us. They ate there, on the stairs, then left 2 days ago. They didn't want to get in each other's way, so they planned to spread. That's all I know.
Seeing you look, he spreads his arms in an awkward shrug.
They were laughing, eating, all confident and strong. I didn't know they would disappear.
You consider his words when the shoulder man starts to snap his fingers.
Wait. I heard one thing. Something about, that they won't go north because of the dark magic in the tunnel.
Then that's smart of them, concludes Elan with a humble smile. Better than nothing, I'm sure they're fine.
Dark magic in the tunnel. They won't go north because the dark magic in the tunnel. So there's dark magic inside of that tunnel, and they wouldn't have gone north. So they could only go west, south, and east. They probably didn't go east because they would have just gone back to the place, to their own town. Foggy. I spoke with the people at the town. Is there anything that you're willing to give me? No. I'm willing to sell something? No. Yeah, I have some more questions. Actually, no. There's nothing wait, no, yes. Dahlia. Oh, places. Part of the woods.
No soul uses it anymore. They used to tie the watchtower to the villages in the west. Forget about it.
She waves her hand with resignation.
The few hours it's gonna save you are not worth the risk.
After a few hours, she gives up.
Fine. It's the darkest road in the north, so find yourself a plenty fine weapon and armor, and don't travel there in late hours or with a weak shell.
She straightens up and walks around the hearth, like a leader describing a plan to a team of adventurers.
Stay as close to the road as you can. You may find parts that seem safe, but nothing but the woods is. Sooner or later, something flesh-chasing will show up. Don't get yourself killed for a couple of sour apples. The cairn in the middle of the road may seem safer, but some nasty beast living in the grass. You won't return with a twisted ankle.
Thanks. That's interesting. Now, they probably did go through the heart of the forest, and I wonder if that was, I wonder why they would have, but it makes sense that they would have because there's no other way to go that would make sense. They would want to go through there to find a large beast to fight, some kind of beast. We'll rest in the night because it was nighttime. Now we have time to move around. And I think it's worth it to go downwards and see what's further beyond the foraging grounds. We know they can't have gone east, because had they have gone east, they would have passed by creeks, right? They would have passed on by again, and they would have been seen. We know they didn't go west because we explored the entire western side. The only way that they could have gone was past the Wanderer, who we do need to pass by to give her a gift, because apparently it is a good spiritual thing. And we go down past the foraging grounds towards the woodland edge, which is a bit scary, but let's see what happens. Listening to the grunts of the annoyed Yogi makes you feel uneasy, but at least the furs covering the floor are helping you relax. Why is she always uneasy, huh? Come on, Yogi, it's not that bad. Before we do, we eat our final bit of food before we go. and we travel to the Wanderer. I think we leave, maybe not the bone ring, but something else. Huh. The willow's twigs are swinging gently, sending the leaves towards the lake. The road is covered with a rusting blanket. The statue is left to itself with its purpose forgotten, and it's actually surrounded with stuff. In about half an hour, I could use my axe to cut down the bushes and twigs. You tether the yogi to the tree, letting it choose between drinking, grazing, and napping. You prepare your equipment, keeping an eye on the bush where you saw the rabbit's last moments. Use your weight to move the plants to one side, and cut right above the ground. The stems are healthy and flexible, so getting through them is rough, but you have enough strength to deal with them in a couple of minutes. And throw them into the lake. The work goes on for a bit, but once you're done, the statue stands in its form of glory. A couple of old offerings are still on the pedestal. Polished rocks, bone figurines, and moldy bowls and plates that used to store food. In one vessel, you see a dragon bone. It's dark and could be older than a generation, but it'd surely be accepted by any merchant. Now, I'm not one to steal coins from a statue that could potentially come back and bite us in the ass. In this world, spiritual things are very much real, and so I think it's left here for a good reason. I should leave it behind. I want to make an offering instead. And I place my share of food onto the pedestal. On top of the cold stone, you form a small pile of dried fruits, nuts, and a sausage. There's no sign of Wanderer's gratefulness. He doesn't bow, nod, nor smile. Not a single beautiful bird sits down on the head. No squirrels show up on the tree. After a minute or so, you return to your mount, feeling tranquil and prepared. Even if it doesn't necessarily result in anything real, maybe at least it's enough for us to feel safer. It's also good. It's also a good chance to maybe try to wash up. Ooh, no, we need 3 pieces of bathing equipment to get more out of this place. Because a brick would hardly cover my feet, and I could sit in the pebbles and splash myself with some water, but I would need some really good like soap or something, or even perfume. The foraging grounds, there's a good chance that we'll find some like food here. The dry, rocky plain with sparse vegetation and very few hideouts for predators, and so it should be safe here as well. No one's gonna jump out of a bush with a camera saying, "You're on to catch a predator." Your palfrey looks around. The short grass wouldn't fill its stomach even after hours of grazing. You don't spot any larger predator, which is weird. We did see the giant bird here, so I'm surprised that there are no larger predators. But it is freer beast, and so I should spend some time foraging. You let Yogi keep itself busy while you walk around looking for anything edible. Takes a fair bit of time. Quite a lot, actually. Now I'm 4 hours in. You don't plan to carry around raw mushrooms and bugs. The wild vegetables need to be washed before you put them in your bags. Finally found a few handfuls of plants, fruits, and nuts. Next time, however, it's not going to be so easy. The area is already being cleared by other foragers. But these are going to give us enough food to keep us alive, at least. Now, we go further down. We know that the hunters must have been either here or at the old forest garden path. Somewhere in these one of 2 paths, they should have been here. They didn't go north, and they wouldn't have gone east because they would have gone back to the village. So it's only these 2 paths where they could have gone. Let's find out. There's a hut. The only tracks in sight belong to small critters. The cabin is no window, but a stubborn beast could easily burst in through the old thatch. The gust of wind doesn't move the door. The curious ibex observes you from the crag, but flees from your gaze. I check on the cabin, and it seems like a fairly well-maintained cabin considering they cut down most of the trees out front too. You tether Yogi to the supporting beam. Its curious eyes are tracking the crickets that jump among the grass blades. You stretch your limbs, adjust your armor, and reach for the axe. We can either burst in, make a big show of it, but I'm worried about what's inside. Let's eavesdrop first to be a bit more cautious and see what's inside first. You sneak toward the door and crouch down. After maybe a minute, a quiet rattle comes from the inside. Something similar to the sound of cracking knuckles. You peek inside and just barely see a small part of the dusty room. A large spider web is spread among the knocked down furniture. Oh boy. There could be a giant spider. But it is worth it to check. There could be something worth it in that spider. And so I grab my axe, raise my shield. Let's get inside. Ooh. A spider looks at you from the center of the web. Its shell is larger than your head, and the thin legs are longer than your arms. Its countless hair blends with the walls. They're brown, gray, and cream. What do you do? Let me think. I don't know. I want to try this. Maybe I can cut it down. But the problem is that it's like, web. Maybe I can lure it. I do something else. Taunt? You know what? Cut. You rush forward and the spider skitters off, shaking the entire web. You fail to avoid its spit. The sticky ooze hits your eyes, covering them like a glue cloth. Oh god. We have a couple of options here, but I also have knowledge. Something that I could use. I shouldn't touch the beast at all. Look at that. My knowledge saves me and says that I shouldn't touch the beast. As if there's something about the beast that I shouldn't do. In which case, I wonder if it's worth it to even bother dropping my weapon. If I drop it, there's no telling that I'll be able to get it back. I could instead swing my blade left and right without pause, but I'll get tired if it's not even there. It might just wait on the side. But waiting for the spider to approach me and then dashing at it is also maybe a bad choice. I don't want it to touch me. So maybe if I swing wildly, it'll stay out of reach. Oh, lost 1 health. You cut the air at knee height, but suddenly the creature reaches your side. Your calf gets pierced by the spear's sharp leg. Your heart beats faster, yet you keep control over your limbs and remain standing. The next swing lands, yes! The sack of flesh smacks the floor and clicks in agony. You're only your own heart, and the chirping of insects outside. You're getting sweaty. Your eyelids can't even blink. You drop the axe on the floor, then sit on the threshold blindly. Right, this is very, very scary. I could watch out for my eyes and act quickly, harshly pulling the ooze, but I worry something bad is going to happen. It is at least it's at least like on the floor and like maybe stunned for a bit, and so I think I should remove it gently, bit by bit, just in case. We lose a bit of time, but it's fine. It was safer rather than trying to risk rushing it down. The saliva clings tightly to your skin, but stretching it with your fingers helps. The eyelids are the worst part, but you're grateful for your reflexes. At least you still have eyes. You get to see the light slowly, then the shapes. The thing turns out to be gray and white. Ugh. You stand up and look around. The room is covered with a thick layer of dust. Getting to the web could be risky. A single thread won't stop you, but a bunch of them could grapple you for good. Now we have a spider carcass inside. And honestly, with a giant spider carcass, it might not be worth it to have it inside because it could maybe attract people, so I could drag it and throw it into the forest. But I do remember from my knowledge that I shouldn't touch the spider, so maybe we do have to leave it here. I don't have much time. Well, that's not really true, I have 10 hours, so I could light up a candle and melt the web, but the risk is that I light the entire place and burn whatever was on the walls. I can't search the building with the spider web around, but somebody could be interested in this thick web, and I can spend an hour or so gathering it, which isn't much time in the grand scheme of things. Let's get some spider web. You bring a twig from the outside and use it as a spool. You don't have much practice, and wearing the gloves makes the necessary gestures even more awkward. From time to time, the silk breaks, but it shouldn't be a problem for a tailor. It's a material for stitching, and wouldn't be churned into a cloth anyways. You notice maybe a dozen defenseless spiderlings. They flee toward the exit with their speed limited by their tiny legs. They're smaller than a finger. Again, I'm a pagan, and I've learned that the druids were correct every single time they've warned me. Though we could trample them all with my boot and get rid of all of them. I think we should let them live, and maybe, just maybe, they'll remember me, right? Like Charlotte's Web. Maybe they'll like grow up and they'll be able to like talk to me with like a very sultry voice. And like Charlotte's Web, maybe they'll befriend me, like how Charlotte befriended the pig before she died and gave birth to like 1 million children. They have the right to live. The creatures crawl over the threshold and disappear among the grass blades. To be the first time they've ever been touched by the sun. They'll probably die by melting. I search the building. The chest hides a few old wallet skins and inedible stale rations. Among them, however, you find 2 quarrels for a crossbow. The bones have no obvious owner, but judging by their age and the lack of skull or human-like hands, you doubt they could be awoken by the fogs. The boots, rugged pants, old sticky tunic, and other scraps are cheap and hide no jewelry. The bowls and mugs are empty. I wonder when this cabin was built. You know what? I want to drag the spider carcass. Even though we shouldn't touch it, we do have gloves on. You put on your thick gloves and grab 4 spider legs at once. The corpse isn't heavy, so you drag it behind you. Ugh. You reach the bushes at the edge of the road and lift up the entire creature. The more you shake it, the more distracting the twitches of its legs get. Ugh. I don't like that. I hate spiders so much. I'm getting like itchy. You send it into a tree trunk. It sinks into the thicket, causing a bit of a rustle among the dwellers. We enter it again. There's nothing in there. We now leave. At least we cleared it. Maybe eventually we can use this as a cabin for something. It is at least somewhat, maybe like a emergency shelter. We go down even further. What happened? The gentle road leads uphill, getting more rocky and bright as the trees grow sparse. Just in case, your eyes run toward a few dry parts of the meadow, and you instantly shout at Yogi to make haste. A pack of short-haired wolves, at least 20 members strong. That's not a pack, okay? A pack of wolves, they usually move in like packs of 4 or 5, and when there's too many of them, what usually happens is that one of the female wolves will leave the pack to make her own pack, and so she becomes her own matriarch, and they find mates. 20 members of a pack of wolves. This is like a Dragon's Dogma 2 pack of wolves. Like this isn't real. Their coats are a mixture of yellow, black, and white spots. As if someone threw mud and paint at them. Hyenas! They move toward the road with a human-like speed, and you realize only some of them run straight at you. They're trying to cut through my path to cause me to be blocked off. If it wasn't for your paw fray, the beast would have already caught up with you. The trap was perfectly set up, not leaving you any path of escape. Your terrified mount is disciplined enough to stay on the beaten path, and even though one of the big-eared wolves almost sinks its teeth into your mount's thigh, you manage to squeeze between the hunties, thank goodness. I really should stop risking Yogi's life here. For the next few minutes, you do your best to get further away, while your gallop is indeed faster. The wolves easily shorten the distance by moving through the sparse forest. You cross a weird river bridge made of a stone slab, but the chase doesn't stop yet. Maybe I have something I could use here. I wonder why it says this. I do have spider silk. Maybe I could use something here? I have nothing. You think about these sacks and bundles, but the pack won't wait for you to sort through your things. Your group gets larger and the further you go, as even more of its members, previously hidden among the rocks and grasses, now join the hunt, allowing their tired family members to slow down. Whereas my Yogi, my horse, gets even more tired. You may be able to lose them after some time, but scaring or wounding some of them may force them to give up on their prey sooner. An axe doesn't have enough range to hit such a short animal, fair. I don't have a crossbow, though I do have a lot of quarrels, and I have no potions. Had I crafted like maybe a flashbang one, I could have maybe used it. But I have nothing now. You focus on the road ahead, forcing your mount to speed up whenever a beast tries to catch it. After another few minutes, you reach the crossroads at the foot of a watchtower. The pack doesn't give up on you yet. At least the numbers have stopped growing. You're already outside of their territory. The handful of spotted colorful shells also seem tired, and are forced to stay on the beaten path. The gate cutting the road right next to the tower can be crossed in a saddle. I have to make a turn. If I go west, from here, I reach the woodland edge, in which case there's a giant wall. And it might be the worst wall to go to because the gate doesn't open at all. Quintus can't open this. But if I go east, I go right into the heart of the forest. And there could be any number of dangers here. Any number. You know what? Let's pay Quintus a bit of a visit. At least we know in the east there's a giant hunter, a hunt queen, or even a hunt king. At least in the west we have somebody. The road here is much more neglected and overgrown by grasses. The lays and trees start to blur into a vague memory. But after another few minutes, the howls stop. You don't slow down just yet. Those were some stubborn wolves. The familiar path leads to the painted rock at the edge of the woodland. Yogi is exhausted, patient, more happy to survive than is angry at your wanderlust. At least you can hope the pack will move to a different place during the night. I better get it out of the saddle and let it rest for a bit before I move forward. Now we're in a fairly safe place now, okay? You look at the boulder. On its surface, a fresh blood stain holds a few yellow feathers. Now, this is a very interesting place to be. In this place, at the woodland's edge, we're fairly close to some level of safety. We can go to the gates in the west, all the way to the west, all the way over here. Or we can return to the cairn in the middle of the forest, which is not really a safe place to be, TBH. And honestly, given that it's kind of late, I think it is worth it to go back to the gate and then go towards Howardsdale, take a bit of a break, and see how they're like doing over there. While I'm there, maybe I can drop something off too. Do I have anything that I need to do? I could go actually see Liaison since I'm there, and go by the southern crossroad. And at least in Howardsdale, I can ask about some like questions. And maybe Quintus has something to tell us too. Some details about the 3 lost hunters. You're standing at the ford, the deepest holes of which are now filled by your rocks, the bridge that I built. A large fish swings from side to side, from one side to the other by nimbly squeezing through the rocks. I can spend some time gathering larger rocks and throwing them into the water, and dealing with it in the future, building a much safer bridge. I think that's worth it, actually. Because then once I get the shortcut working, it could be a lot safer for me to move around. And so I spend some time gathering larger rocks and throwing them into the water. An hour should be enough to cover at least half of the gaps. Not unlike the boulders, not unlike the builders from the days before the 10 cities. You put the last boulder, tame the scrap of wilderness, even if slightly. The tightly arranged rocks remind you of a cobbled road leading to Hollowton. Even the wagon carried by 2 mules could get to the other side without stopping, which is a very good thing to have. BRB. Okay, sorry about that. Now we can start to use the shortcut, especially if they were trying to build like an eastern outpost. This is a much faster way of getting there than going all the way north, right? We can connect the lands much easier. I can either put on my boots and continue my journey, or I can stay around for a minute or two with my hands on my hips, observing the results of my work. Let's take pride in what we do. I enjoy that a bit. Let's see and just, be happy about what I've done. You're near the same part of the forest where you encountered the corpse-eating beast, which is a very scary one. The rocky hills are green with colorful flowers and a lively buzzing of insects. You seek any threats hidden in the tall grass. You notice a single soul standing on a distant rock ledge. They call you with a gesture. Now, I don't think there are any bandits around here. It seems like everyone that I've seen so far has been good. And we do know that the 3 hunters could have potentially been lost here. So maybe it's worth it to just stop. Whom do I see? It's a man in an unlaced black gambeson, covering a simple cloth shirt. He has a short, dark hair of a laborer, neither tall nor short. You see no weapons. He's standing near the entrance to a cave and keeps looking around. Even once he looks back at you, he gestures no more. Just waits. That's a very odd thing to be doing around here. I wonder if this is a trap now, right? Him looking around as if to signal to his allies. It seems weird. But I do want to see. I just want to try it and see. Maybe quick save here. I know we're playing Iron Man, but let's just see what happens here. Because helping out the lost traveler is a part of a Roadwarden's job. And so I dismount and lead Yogi up the hill. It nickers, having to rest in lush grass. After you reach the crag, the man is crouching at its edge, observing your surroundings. His clean-shaved face tells you of sadness but also acceptance. His elbows are resting on his knees, hands clenched tightly. A gentle wind brings you the smell of soap. Can't be older than 30. I can either observe him keenly, not willing to take any risk, or I can follow his lead, taking a deep breath and observing the meadow and the trees. Let's be a bit naive here and trusting. It seems a bit weird, and I want to see what he's up to. The overcrowded realm whooshes soothingly after every gust of wind, filled with life like a city marketplace. Brings no silence of solitude, but rather the companionship and security. Even though you don't look at the man, that one wordless minute is like a well-deserved break after a long journey with a fellow traveler.
I've seen you before, I did.
His words are close to a whisper. To your left, there's indeed a good view of the lone tree.
You were riding from that fearless wolf like you had the runs in your ass. A monstrosity, right? And tastes like a fist of worms.
He pauses. The man speaks slowly. His voice is thoughtful, contemptuous, a bit taunting. Don't worry about the corpse. I torched it soon after you left. The wolf hadn't left much meat. Huh. I could either berate him here, saying maybe next time you could try to help a stranger in need instead of just watching, like a cuck, or I can ask him. Let's not get onto his bad side. He seems to be very able to survive out here on his own. And mind you, this is a very scary place to be. Somehow he's able to survive here well. So presumably he's much better at this than I am. And so let's stay on his good graces for now. And what are you doing here?
Planning mostly. Catching birds, resting. Beasts have nothing to look for in this cave. Small.
His tone shifts to a more casual tone.
Right. Tell me, stranger.
Do you have a place where I could spend a few nights? He straightens up, for the first time, looks you in the eyes. Huh. Yeah, we have a lot of options here. I can say, yeah, I know of one. I mean, I know of many. But I do want to ask questions about him first. Like who he is. Care to introduce yourself? Maybe even question him. Are you hiding from someone? Ask him about bandits, even. The Glockiest bandits. See if he has any tips, any ideas on where I can find them. I might even, ask him about tips. It's a dangerous place here, these woods. Ask him if he has any tips on how to stay alive. I could even ask him, did you take a look at the corpse? The one that the furless wolf was feasting on. I wonder who that was. First, tips on how to stay alive. Ah, so you also want something from me. You're just a shirt. Let me find a new shelter, and maybe I'll tell you a thing or two I know about this place. Alright, buddy. Okay, buddy Baka. How about the corpse, huh? I wonder who that was. Well, I may know a little something about them, he smokes. I'll be finding a new shelter, and maybe I'll find a thing or two about what I saw. How about who are you? He chuckles. I ain't sure how to do such a thing, not sure at all. I want to pick a new name first. Something goes well with my eyes. You're hiding from someone. Ain't we all, stranger? He looks around. Mostly wolves and dragonlings. You know what, fine. I'll trade. I know of a shelter where you could stay, a place where I'm going to. I'm all ears. He leans forward. Now, there's a lot of places that we could send them, and I do want to send them somewhere fairly nice. I can send them to an army camp in the far south, which is the very first one, and he can sleep behind the palisade. I can tell him to go east and turn north on the crossroads, where he can live in a wooden cabin. I don't really know if that's necessarily the best choice. I can send him to Foggy Lake, which is a safe tavern. Maybe even Palace of the North, which seems well protected. I also ask if he can stay in one of the villages, or even tell him to go, or even say that he sounds like he's from Gala Rocks, and tell him to stay there. Why can't you stay in one of the villages? He smiles. I need some time without that gossip and noise. He honestly does sound like maybe he's just how do I say this? Maybe he's just maybe he's just an introvert, chat. Maybe he just wants like a nice, quiet place to be. And if he doesn't need time, if he wants time away from the gossip, maybe he would prefer to stay in the cabin. But first, let's suggest some let's suggest Gala Rocks. He doesn't answer you at first, looking at you keenly. No. Palace of the North? He tilts his head and looks away, considering your suggestion. Right. But I have no coins, almost. And the Asen wouldn't be too happy to speak with me. I need something else. For a little while. How about the wooden cabin, then? Go east, turn north on the crossroads. You'll reach a wooden cabin. But is it safe? Last time I was there, the entrance was closed, it was. No problem. See, last time a large spider was inside, but I took care of it. Still, better be careful. His smirk turns into a bright smile. Cheers, stranger. Look for me there in a day or so. I'll have something to say that you'll want to hear. Ah, time for me to leave then. Seems like that's going to be very handy for me to talk to him. Right. He eagerly nods. But keep a mean between the two of us, won't you? There are those who like to hunt down lonely drifters and take every scrap of silver they have. I don't need any of that. Cheers, stranger. As you walk away, you're more than sure that he's observing each step of yours. He's a very curious fellow, and I wonder what he has to say to me. But me and Yogi, we're done here. We go downhill and continue our journey. To get the hell out of this forest. Now we're in the first bend, which is very nice. You find a new segment of the road, which seems to be shorter, but you need to cover some distance on foot, cutting the dried up branches. The tree crowns have been merciless. Hardly any ferns or grasses have managed to survive in the shadows. You spot a 10-year-old dark tree that's about twice your height, yet looks like a sapling when compared to the giants around it. Its thin branches are leafless, hanging like the limbs of an exhausted worker. Right under the tree there's a dead, red boar, too large for you to lift it. Its tusk could be worth a few coins, but scavengers may show up any moment now. But I'm willing to risk my life for the tusk to make some money, because we're going to Iasen's Palace of the North anyways, right? We can sell the tusk, make some money, get some coins, buy the fish, go all the way back around. I approach the carcass. You tie the Yogi to a heavy fallen branch. It lowers its head and snorts with disapproval. The grass here is too sparse to be grazed on. You reach the trunk, and its branches reach towards you. The creature doesn't roar or howl, but the movements of its limbs let wood-like creaks, and as nimble as the tentacles of a sea monster. Uh-oh. You jump away, but the tree grabs your shell mid-air. Uh-oh. Lifts you up, holding your stomach and chest. Its skin is like a rock. The beast pulls you toward itself, brutally swinging you around. You're dizzy, but you notice that the roots have also started to move. You're already holding your axe, led by your instincts. Okay, well, I didn't expect a treant. Let me think about this. I can maybe try to burn it with my lantern, maybe. I can maybe try to cut the branches, cut it down. Cut branches? Cut. You make an awkward swing and hit one of the limbs, but it's like hitting a wall made of stone. You don't even leave a crack. The branches painfully squeeze your stomach and surround your legs. They constantly move, scratching your clothes and skin. The tree moves you closer to what you thought is a hollow, but is now opening its eyelid-like shutters. You can smell its gastric juices and previous meals. We need to think of something to do here. I could throw my lantern in, make a fire, right? I could start a fire here. Fire! You lack time and mobility to prepare another item. Throw lantern. I don't know what to do. Root. Shit, what do I do? Shield. Block. Nah, shit. Okay, maybe I am doomed here. Maybe I'm just dead. But there has to be an option here that I'm not thinking of. There has to be something that I can do that can stop it. If I can throw something into its mouth, I could be able to like stop it here. I could use my rope to maybe pull me away. That could be an option. Though I maybe would lose my my rope fairly good. You know what? Let's try it. Rope. Climb? You sure you don't want to do anything specific? I tried something else. Shake. You know what? Swing harder. Cut. Just keep cutting. Oh. You make an awkward swing and hit one of the limbs by like hitting a wall made of stone. Oh no, you don't even leave a crack. The branches painfully squeeze your stomach, legs, and shoulders start to touch your neck. The constant noise makes it impossible for you to tell if you're screaming in panic or holding your breath. The tree sticks your shoulders into its mouth. Its bowels are almost empty, with bones and flesh swimming in the soup of the beast's organs. From this side, the creature's shell seems to be soft, moving, pulsating, and covered with short, pink, sparse hair. Cut hair. Cut inside. Cut mouth. Now we cut. As the creature loosens its grasp, use all of your strength to lean forward and take a swing, sinking the blade in the flesh. A stream of blood squirts from the fresh cut. The creature pulls you out and throws you away like a splinter. During your fall, your legs, ribs, and neck suffer from each move. You gasp for air, almost choking on your own spit. I do have a potion. I could drink this potion, but I can't use it now. I prepare myself for the landing. Ooh. There goes all my health. You crash into the ferns, though your armor is too worn to protect you. Then get up slowly, still holding your axe. The tree is turned away from you, swinging its upper limbs in panic. The roots move in a couple directions at once, holding the beast in a single spot. After a breath or two, they crawl away from you, each one with its own rhythm or lack thereof. The beast may be slow, but pays little attention to any obstacles. Yet it either tramples them or gets them out of its way with a single swipe. That wasn't worth it. That absolutely wasn't worth it. Can I drink my potion now that I'm on the floor, safe and sound? Nope. I put away my weapon, loosen my armor to take a deep breath, and approach the boar. His stomach has been crushed, and still bears marks left by the branches. You push the stiff bristles, and the broken ribs offer no resistance. The flesh doesn't stink, but it's likely old. The only thing of value are the creature's large tusks, each resembling a stone sickle. Honestly, it's at this point, even though we don't really have time, it's gruesome work, and we need to get our reward because it may be worth something. You put on your thick gloves, grab the axe, prepare the knife, and get right to removing the boar's jaw. Requires some chopping, but also precision. There's not much blood, as it most likely already filled up the beast's stomach. Once you get to the bones and teeth, you brutally remove both pairs of tusks. Their bases won't be pretty, but you don't have time and space to carry the entire jaw around, then boil it for hours in a cauldron. I'll wash them later on. And my gloves, too. That wasn't really worth it. These things better be worth like 5 coins, and if not, then I'm doomed. Oh god, it's the monkeys. You approach the monkeys' territory. The jaws are still loud, throwing sticks, chestnuts, and acorns at me. At least there's no feces like last time. Last time the feces were like crazy. But now I have a shield, so I cover our heads with the shield. You ride through the avalanche of missiles, while the eyes and foreheads of both you and your palfrey are covered. You will experience some painful hits as you move forward. Thankfully, the monkeys don't chase you for long, and after maybe a minute, they stay at the edge of their home, only yelling at you. I take a deep breath, knowing to myself that I should clean my shield if I pass any streams. Why did I decide to go west? This path is like awful. Yo, Quintus! While the larger birds are singing from the trees, The sparrows are searching for berries and insects among the shrubs. Quintus looks at you from the top of the precipice that's near the tower. He crosses the parapet, gestures for you to wait, climbs down on the other side of the wall, and opens the gate.
Warden, thanks for talking with Dalit. She brought me some supplies for my Tuscan claws. Things could look better, but you know.
I announced him to open the gate, but there's no point because I'm already here. And I did finish his quest, so maybe he'll tell me more about other things about his duty and what he's doing here. And I can also ask him about the hunters from the creeks. Some time ago, a few people from Greece left their home to hunt. Have you met them?
I know none about people, but I met Vashel.
Takes him a few breaths and knows you're waiting for him to go on. They spent one night at the tower with me. Came from there. He points at the woods in the east. They came from the east. See, I knew it. And then went back there. They went back there.
They were building a trap. Somewhere behind the lake.
They shared the partridge with me, but never came here again.
Good soul. Very, open-eyed.
I think Vashal's probably died somewhere there. I think he's died somewhere, and I think that giant beast, that giant, furless wolf was the one who killed him. I think Vashal's died somewhere at the heart of the woods.
Shit,
he starts, then nods with acceptance.
Too bad. I'd rather have more strong hunters around.
He still won't trust me enough to talk about Glock here, but about your duty.
What's there to say?
I've entered the woods many times already, and you can trust me. The creatures there are beyond any human. The longer he listens to your tale, the more his shoulder slumps.
Thanks for throwing food at my nightmares. I heard monsters' throats before, but I hoped they would stay. I don't know, away.
I could ask the innkeep to let him stay for labor, which would allow him to stay away from this gate. But for now, let's return to this later. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. Thanks for you being here and taking care of this place. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna leave. We now need to go all the way to Halliesdale. Close enough. Leads us to some other things, and we can maybe go down to the Pelt of the North eventually. We can return to Timo, the washwoman, and tell her that we have a new spell for her too. We ride through the open gate, then carefully dismount. Some of the locals greet you politely, but they keep their distance. Now, if you notice your own spell and the dirt on your clothes, you no longer wonder why. Timo? She's at the creek, but takes a break to speak with you, apologizing for her crude appearance. Timo, I am covered in shit. She gasps for air with her hands on her knees, but looks at you directly in the eyes. I tell her about Paulus from Gale Rocks. Again, I think that Paulus is a good match, right? Timo wanted a hard-working man who'd like to marry her according to the tradition of her ancestors, which I believe is somewhat pagan or maybe church-wise. I can't remember. I think this is a part of the Unites, but it seems like they're more spiritual, so maybe they're paganistic because they do have a druid, and that to move in with her, take her to a new home. Paulus himself is seeking a new home, is willing to work harder to help his future wife take care of the children. And I think he doesn't mind changing to become a pagan either. So I tell her about Paulus from Gale Rocks. Sounds like a worker, but make sure he and I oppose the marriage rites. His village follows the rite. I need his word he'll leave his spirit behind. If he agrees, her teeth are yellowish but healthy. He can come in the fall. We'll see how we get along. See you soon. Timo's waiting for me to speak with Paulus in Gale Rocks. Let's drink a potion. Full health. You're wandering through the village. A couple of older people are gossiping with excitement while they grind grains with millstones. Two guards are having a duel with blunt spears in the yard. I go to the square, and I approach the trader, Akakios. When Akakios notices your arrival, he tells the other villagers to give you some time in private.
Still in one piece, eh?
How's your daughter? Potion work?
She's fine.
Brought back her first lizard,
and nay, thanks to me,
he exhales. He exhales.
She didn't accept my help. I burnt rich, but I had a chance to talk with her.
He scratches his head, then nods towards you. You got your potion back if you want. He notices your look. For 5 rings, of course. 5 rings? Maybe another time. Just keep it. Just leave it there. Jesus. I bring goods to sell. Boar tusks. How do you like this?
We could put them on the wall, but I already have a deal with the innkeep from Pelt, and we also hunt our own.
And we also hunt on our own. I'll give you a single ring for them. Single ring? Oh, shoot, that's not good. How about the bone ring?
Do you have one with a boar or an elk?
He says without conviction. I guess that's pretty enough. I'll give you 1 dragon ring. not really worth it. Spider silk. Seeking around spiders. Should take the stick to be on, a tailor. She uses spider silk when she works with jackets. I see. Nothing for now. You know what? That's actually, it's good that I showed them then. That then. So we should go to the pelts of the north to give it over to Yason, the tusk, as well as tell him about Cassia too. She's resting, sitting next to her pretty new cloak. When you get closer, she sighs. Let's talk about the fancy clothes. Well, what fancy clothes, huh? Whoa. Holy shit, 36 coins for fancy clothes. Jesus Christ. You know Erastos, right? Doesn't stop at work. Better than I know you. Well, how about you know me better, because I've gathered quite a bit of spider silk. Would you like to buy it? You show her the wrapped stick, and without asking, she takes one of the shorter threads and starts to stretch it. She nods. I do. What do you want? The dragon rings or a better jacket? You ask her for the details, and she loses some more of her patience with every breath. 10 rings for the thread. You'll give me 2 hours, and I'll put some of it here. She vaguely points at bits of your gambeson to make it stronger and easier to wear. The armor, I think, is worth it, because strengthening it does give us a lot more vitality. And I think we need it now that we're moving more and more closer to the east. Money is good, but money doesn't really get as much. We have a shield already, and all we really need money for is buying a single fish. And then at that point we just solve problems, right? Strengthening my armor also gets me probably a free repair back to max, which, it's good because it's mostly dead. So strengthen my armor, please. Your gambeson has been adjusted. Nice. You lost spider silk. You spend the time brushing and watering Yogi, my little Yogi bear, practicing combat moves and stances with your axe, washing your hands, face, and neck. Near the end of the hour, you return to the tailor, sit down on a stump, listen to the sounds of Halleck's Creek. She asks you to come closer and points at the spots where the seams or rips are replaced with spider silk, which is much lighter than the old thread. When they get stronger than this, let's you cover with troll hide or something. Is Erastos trustworthy now that I've sold you some nice spider silk? A long pause, here we go. I guess you deserve a belief answer. You're a good client. She looks at your forehead. You'd be better at carving toys, not box straps. So he's not that good of a fighter. I need your services. What do you have for me? Never mind, it's useless. But now let's take a look at the armor chat. Strength and gambeson. Padded jackets are an essential piece of any armor set. They protect the wearer's chest, abdomen, arms, and thighs. The lighter jackets, called akatons, are worn under heavier sets made of alloys or chitin, while the thicker ones, known as gambesons, are worn alone. They're relatively easy to make, and while not all travelers can afford them, we'll wear them for hours without getting tired. They're commonly used by guides, mercenaries, and soldiers, and also by me, a Roadwarden. Thanks to the recent addition of spider silk, the gambeson has no weak spots, and feels easier to your hips and shoulders. A boon for when I have to do fight for my life against a stupid spider, or like 5 wolves. Good luck. Now we've gotten some very, very good details. It's 2 hours before dusk, but I do want to try to talk to her future mate at some point, Paulus from Gila Rocks. However, he's too far, and so maybe we just risk it and we go all the way down to Pelt of the North in exactly as much time as it takes to get until dusk time. The lights are promising a refuge. The guides have bows and spears in their hands, and some rush to the gates only to close it again right after you ride inside. Bored with life, Roadwarden, one of them grumbles. And you notice it's almost dark. I get off my horse and enter the inn. The strong fire in the stove lightens up the hall, though the whispers between the guards are tense. The innkeeper is sweeping the floor with gentle, even lazy movements, as if he's lost in thoughts. Pyros is sitting on a stool, easy as night to turn a log of wood into a new cup. I forgot who is Pyros. I approach Pyros. Hi, Roadster. Need anything? Nope. I go to the innkeeper. Who is Pyros? What was he good for? What is it good for? I met him in the ruined village. Oh yeah, he was the guy who was stuck in the ruined village at the steep house. He was healed by a powerful magic in the local monastery. And again, magic in the monastery. We helped him get the pelt. And according to Thea, she doesn't like his company. Actually, he did give us the hint of the monastery, but when I went there, they didn't seem to have anything. Maybe, actually. Let me think about this. The monastery is magic, and they didn't let me see their person. Maybe the monastery doesn't even exist anymore. Maybe the magic that was there is gone now. Maybe that is Glockia's band, because the person who did greet me at the monastery did seem kind of like fake. I go to the innkeeper then.
So, you again.
Need anything? Yes. Foggy has a message for you. The innkeeper listens to Foggy's words patiently, and crosses his arms and leans back, lost in his thoughts.
Seems like she won't be played so easily.
If you mention the answer, he tells you to relax.
You'll have it soon.
See, I lost her first share. Mysterion was meant to deliver it to her. Never happened. God damn it. Mysterion, you're making my life impossible.
I don't want to waste more. But she doesn't need to know it.
He raises the bowl that sits nearby and reveals a few dragon coins. Bones. He counts out 5 of them.
Tell her this.
Mysterion lost your coin. I'm now in debt. Let's be partners for now.
I'll send you more once I have it.
But I don't promise anything. Push the coins towards you, observing them like a hawk. They're yours. Just help me keep the charade going, now and later. It's important to me. Interesting. Why even bother? We have a lot of options here, but I don't want to lie to Foggy. But let's learn and figure out why we're even bothering to do this. Why is he even bothered to try to lie to get time? Makes it nervous as he breathes through his teeth. I plan to sell first or in the late autumn, and I hope she'll keep sending people here whenever they stop at her place. Want to stay on the good side, you see. She doesn't get hurt in any way. I'll spread a good word about her if it comes to it until I head back home. If the winds change and the city folks start training here once the roads get safer, meets your eyes, I may return to ideal. I really don't want to lie to her though. I really do want to tell her the truth to be hey, as much as I would like to cover for him, it's also he doesn't really have ties to this world, right? Again, Yason, just like the soldiers at the Palisade camp, as well as the people in Hovleven, they're strangers in this land. And really, though my job is in this land, and though we only have a set number of days to find Asterion, technically I live in this land for as long as I work here. I need to be on the people in this land's good side, and so I refuse to lie to her. Grabs the coins. As you wish, but don't expect you'll be rewarded by her. Interesting. Now we have a couple options here. Quintus does want to find a place to sleep. So we could, which I forgot actually. I completely forgot about that. We could. I can't find this quest. Wait, maybe it's help others. Here we go. No, but we could send them over to the Pelt of the North, but it's not really good because it's not really stable. I don't want to send them to Hallersdale. Hallersdale seems a bit bad because Hallersdale, Theus is trying to sell the entire realm just for a bit of coin from Hovleven. And it's why she's asking me to spy on the other places, right? Realistically, it's probably better to send Quintus over to Foggy's Tavern or something, right? A place where I have better reports. The next closest place is Old Pagos, but it's kind of too late for him. But it is also the closest place compared to everywhere else, so. There's this gatekeeper, Quintus. Looks at the window. He looks at the window listening to your tale. So what do you expect me to do with him once he's here? He can handle some easy tasks, as to be on the lookout for the beasts and travelers. Or he's a brave, strong soul. This is your hunters on their trips. He's not really brave, but he is strong. But he's not really brave. But I think it'd be funny to send him to his death. We use our wits and traps, not so much brute force. But I guess you're right. A fierce fighter may be of use. He rubs his arm and reaches for a piece of roasted lizard. Bring him here. I offer him gruel and a corner to sleep. I'll pay him once he helps us catch some wood again. Any leftovers? I can gamble for some extra food? Not today, no. Maybe tomorrow. Do I have anything you'd like to buy? Who's on the counter? Let me see what you got. You like my boar tusks? These are a bit rough around the edges, I'd say. We kill boars often. I won't give you more than 2 decent meals for it. Fuck that. That's all. Hey, show me your wares again. What do you have here? Elk fur is a high commodity. Crossbow for 32 is way too expensive. I don't know how you're supposed to get $32. Instead, I tell him about my sad news. From Old Pagos. The villagers were stricken by a plague. Let's see what he says about that, huh? How's the trade deal, huh? He sighs and puts his muscled arm on his head. It shows you about the state of the village and the symptoms you know of. At that short conversation, he observes the counter. I was planning to get in touch with the stonecutters. Thank you for bringing me the news. Let's hope they can make it until spring. Maybe he'll tell me about Glocky's band more? He freezes, observing my hand silently. Right, he wants me to get an answer from the mayor of Hallersdale. I forgot.
Let's ask about someone. Foggy. Meaning Foggy the tavern keeper, I assume. I'll find her on the northern road far from here. Truth be told, I don't know much about her. Tavern and old inmates don't have many opportunities to see each other. He chuckles. But she's a fun one. Drinks a lot, makes feasts, ain't as scared of beasts as most people. Looks like there's some good coin to be made in the scrap of the peninsula. He looks away. Could have guessed. Or maybe she just has a nose for coins. To be fair, it's quite a good nose. I wouldn't have expected it either. Highly. I only know what I've heard. The poet and alchemist, but all the monks are the same. They think they're smarter than anyone else. In his youth, he used to be a thief of sorts. Maybe a bandit? But it was before the war. You'll find him in the monastery or in Old Pagos. Akakios. Does he have anything to say about Akakios? The big guy, right? We barter in Halley's with him. We get coins, food, supplies, and linen, so don't expect them to give you any good prices for furs and trophies. Big guy, you say? Yes, he lost a lot of weight. It's good to hear, he smiles. It's better for the heart and legs, and soul also. Who else do I want to know about? Eudocia. Oh, Eudocia is crazy. She lives in a lonely house all by herself, skinny and dirty like a corpse eater. She's one of the golems. Never smiles, never cries. One of those. She never leaves her home. If you see it from far away, it looks abandoned. A few times a year, people travel to her, trade barrels of food for magical items. Wait. Lonely house. Cabin? She's a alchemist. What if she transformed herself into a spider? Uh-oh. How about Fortios? A sea folk from Girl Rocks, right? He was here with the fish trading crew, but didn't do much of the talking. Had a wife once, but apes got to her on the road. She saved their little girl, though. He rubs down a stain on the wooden bowl. Back then, he was a kind man if a quiet one. I've heard he's changed a lot since. Stereo mentioned he was doing some work for him, but every mage, every sage or shaman told him to abandon it. Even Thyrsis of White Marshes. Interesting. So there was something that he was doing for Fatios. And Fatios, if I could find the thing, Gala Rocks, was the fisher person. That he was doing something for him. So, but it's something that was very, very risky. And remember, what did he ask us to do? He asked us to go to Eudocia to buy the magical rocks in order to give to his daughter to give her magical powers. And so even if every sage and shaman tells him to abandon it, and even Thyrsis, it stands to reason that they would tell me the same too. So that's a good hint, actually. The Pete Maze taught by Druids of Halley's. So the mage at Hoytmush was taught by the Druids of Halley's. He may be a loon, but knows enough about herbs to help with some gentle ills. I haven't spoken with him myself. Never leaves the bogs, since he moved away from the walls of White Marshes. Guess why he lives by himself, but the innkeep scratches his ear. He got into some argument with the priest. Some death in the family, I think. And he refused to put the others at risk. I don't know. It sounds personal. Who else is there? Who else is very important to know about? Quintus, Thyrsis, Tulia, Thais, the mayor, Orentius. Quiet man. The priest living in the marshes. Does he know anything about Orentius actually? Just so we know, just so we get everything. He avoids your eyes, thinking about the answer for a good few breaths. I shouldn't talk about Orentius. You won't have a chance to meet with him anyways. Ever since he leads White Marshes, only the trusted allies of the village can hear his teachings. So we have to be trusted. This is a quiet grunt, almost a chuckle. Not sure how he got so beloved in the first place. He's greater in thought than he is in heart. Not a people person, you know. Who else? Oh yeah, Ephraim and Ella, as well as the hunters. Ephraim. When the people of Creek send a trading band to us, it's with Ephraim in the front. He's not so much of a fighter as he's a pathfinder, but he's killed enough beasts that I invited him to be our ranger. Too bad he loves his home too much. He says with a tone of someone who describes a completely alien experience. Unlike his brother, Ella, he's a man of action, not of layered schemes. Ella. He ain't like his brother Ephraim. He doesn't fight. Was here only once, simply to introduce himself to me. Ella may be only 20-something, but he carries a soul twice his age, and that's a good thing. You know, in creeks, they're either elders or kids. But they lack those who would put together plans for the years to come. That's a big burden to carry in a village where every adult has a right to vote, but most of them don't care about anything that won't land in their bowls or beds. Dalit? Ah, our Dalit. Why do you ask? Wait, was it Dalit or Dahlia? It was Find the Hunters. Dahlia. Let me think. Some friend of reference from Creeks, and this gives me the option to tell him that they're missing. So if we never ask him about them, you would never get this option. So there's maybe I haven't been paying attention to like what I could ask people. Maybe I need to pay more attention to what I should be asking them in regards to like quest if it unlocks certain dialogue options. 3 hunters, Radman, Dahlia, and Vashel. They're missing. All 3 of them. That's bad news for us. I'm quite glad knowing there's pressure in the north and that beasts are being pushed towards our forests. Thanks to you, we may adjust our plans for spring. Okay, well, thanks for saying nothing then, huh? You little shit. What about the fish? The fish. BRB, I have to check something. I'll get back. Sorry about that. Let's ask him about Fatios. Did I ask him about Fatios? I don't remember, actually. Fatios. Oh, right. Yeah, no. Yeah, I did. Yeah, okay. So there's not really much else that he tell me. Let's change the topic. So Glock is banned. He won't tell me. I can ask about more people, but there's no points. I can just try to sleep now. And honestly, sleeping would be nice. We don't get anything because we have no money, so we can't rent anything. But at least we have a place to sleep where we can rest. So, and we're already full health, so it doesn't really matter, and we won't actually lose anything. So, me being hungry, I don't think will cause anything. We can just sleep on the bench for now. Your blanket won't be much of a bed. The staff will keep opening the nearby door, walking around and talking with one another. Sleeping here will be rather uncomfortable, but at least it's a safe place to sleep. The uncomfortable sleeping spots and sounds of conversation close the doors, wake you up a few times during the night. Nevertheless, your back survives. The morning area here is stiffy, and the innkeeper is already starting a fire in the stove. He asks if you need anything. Any leftovers? Not today, no. God damn it. I leave. I'm going out. Yogi's enjoying some old hay. Well, guess what, Yogi? Stop eating the hay. It's time for us to move on. Time for us to leave. Now we need to go around. Now he should be there at the cabin now. If we go back to the abandoned watchtower, we can maybe get some headway into some interesting places. But before we do, let's go to Howler's Dell. Ask them if they know anything about the missing hunters, and see if the innkeeper wouldn't mind taking in poor old Quintus. I'm very stinky. I could offer my services to the guards. Get 2 corn. But it will take me half a day, which is very, very, very annoying. Whereas I'd rather just go straight to the square, talk to Eric's, the innkeeper, and ask him about the hunters. I thought I would ask him about this, maybe getting some space for Quintus. Looking for a few hunters. Admin, Dahlia, Vashel. He rubs his neck and looks at the clouds. I recognize those names, but I've seen native folks increase in a long time. They come here before and after the winter to trade for grains. Thanks. Let's look for the mayor, because we do have some information about Old Pagos, as well as news about other parts of the peninsula as well. She apologizes for the wait, though her voice and eyes are harsh. I bring sad news from Old Pagos. The villagers were stricken by a plague. For a few breaths, she doesn't even blink. So close to us. A plague? How? She adjusts her cape and calls a guard with a gesture. Tell the others to gather by Ape Ale, she tells her, but looks back into her eyes. I'll pass on the news once we're done here. We have to close the gates, maybe keep strangers away. She starts to tap on her deer buckle. This week we can make some preparations, thanks to you. Good wardening, she says, with little conviction. But you should also speak with our druids. They may have more questions for you. Yes! Now we can speak to the druids. The guard returns and the mayor sends her away again. We're in Elpis. She must speak with Styx soon. Yes! We get in with the druids. Perfect. And this means that maybe there's an easier way to do this than getting the Empress card. Maybe we can save the old druids' healing for ourselves. I bring some news about the other parts of the peninsula. She gives you a curious look. Seems like Yason is looking to purchase Foggy Lake. That's far from ideal. Allowing 2 inns to be controlled by a single soul may cause trouble for the third one. She points at Ape Ale with her thumb. In this case, the third one is the one that really matters. She leans back and starts to tap the table with her fingers. The forest garden at the edge of the bog is now mostly abandoned as well. I see. But that place is so far away from it, we can't probably guard it, not without the hamlet.
I need to think if it's worth the effort. She spares me a gentle jawed. A gentle nod. That's all I have to say. She leans forward even though she smiles. Her voice is close to a whisper. I wonder, why are you here? What pushes someone to become a Roadwarden? We have many options. And many different options that determine what we want to do. We can say the first option, which there's only two options that aren't lies. Because I think we've built a character to be like this. I just want to help people. If I can make this area safer, I'm going to do it. That is the least lying thing that we have. We can say that I need coin to help a friend I care about. I can say that I'm going to use the coins to retire early in prosperity and safety. Save in case I click on an option. I can say instead that I need to build connections with the local leaders, and that I'll be a new player in the merchant guild. Or maybe I'm egotistical, vain. I want to be remembered as the one who brought peace in order into this realm. Maybe I'm running away from something. I need a new life. That's all I need. It doesn't matter why. I can be a recluse as well. Hide my hand and say that's for me to know, and that my motivations are of no importance. But Theus is one that I don't want to cross. I want to be on her good side, and I think it's worth it to at least tell her. And honestly, I do want to make this area safer. He waits, expecting that there's more to be said, then lets out a nervous chuckle. Forgive me, it's something I mostly hear from children, not travelers. She observes you with keen eyes, but after another few breaths, shrugs her doubts off. What else do you need? Thank you for your time. I'm getting the hell out of here. So this guy's gonna pay me 1 coin for a boar tusk. I'll eat some plants. I think the thing that I'm gonna need to the person that I need to sell the boar tusks to is probably going to have to be to Gale Rocks or to Foggy, either or. Somebody else who's probably gonna appreciate my gift more. But now we can visit the druids. This is the first time we've ever spoken to them, and telling them about the play got us in. So let's see what happens now. This time, the tall druid gives you an encouraging nod. Even though he remains on the bench, he's huge. He would do well as a guard at a city alehouse. I walk farther south, to the spot where the new building is being built. You approach the building site. The stone foundations are finished, which means they no longer need stone from old Pagos. And the timber frame is jointed together with a set of intriguing cuts, like a large sword. One day, their walls will be whitewashed with limestone and turned into a prestigious shelter, unlike the houses made of logs and boards. The other buildings are surrounded by grass, flowers, and herbs. The turmoil of village life is drowned out by the sound of the creek, but the knocking of a hammer shatters this tranquility. The builders give you curious looks from above the logs from the log they're cutting. I walk past them and head to the druids. You're welcomed by 8 elder 8. Oh my god. Gathered in a semicircle, watching your steps closely. They're not as large as the workers, and their clothes are far from humble. Instead of hemp pants or tunic, they wear colorful robes and dresses made of wool. They vary in style, length, and embellishment, separating them from the outfits of monks. You spot belts and cords, sandals and closed shoes. One person is bald, one has silver hair long enough to cover her back like a cape. That's a very cool look. Most of the druids are clean and rested, though one is a bit of a sloven with uncombed hair, stained clothes, and dusty feet, like a true druid. Also, unlike priests of Hovlevin, their hands are marked by scars, hard skin, old burns, missing fingers. Still in silence, a woman with a staff steps forwards. I take a closer look at her. Her gray robe is decorated with a brown thread that portrays leaves, tree branches, and birds. She's over 50, but the youngest one of them all. Her back is straight, the gray hair only an inch long. She doesn't need a walking stick. Her weapon is smooth, longer than she is tall. Your blue eyes are vigilant, and keenly observe your face, as if in search of venom in your nose and lips. Her lips are thin and small, formed into an austere line that shakes slightly, as if she's on the brink of a burst of anger. She says nothing. Interesting. I could instead be friendly here, saying that I'm honored to meet her, but I think it's worth it to give her the chance to speak, to show myself, and to at least abide by their customs, because these are very important people who I've been given an audience with. So I bow my head and wait for her to speak first. After many long breaths, she moves closer, her steps and smile gentle. She smells of fresh thyme, but there's an unfamiliar hint to it. Her free fingers reach for your chest, but don't touch it.
Let me see your face, traveler.
You straighten up. Her smile is polite and vague, but her eyes, which now seem a bit brighter than they were just a moment ago, are warm.
Your arrival is welcomed by us, ever though the arrival may open the flood of change. Share with us your thoughts, and we'll share with ours with you.
Her words are slow and soft, as if she's delighted by their taste. That is such a beautiful sentence, God. Her words are slow and soft, as if she's delighted by their taste. Oh, writing in this game is so good. Again, I really enjoy the writing in this game. Sure, Chad, I may not read the books, but this, I feel like, is better than most books that we read, that we have access to read on like stream. There's something about it. We have a lot of options here. A lot of options. Let's not piss her off, alright? Let's not piss her off. We can talk about the plague, which I think is a good step, and that way she knows what I'm here for. There's things you should know about the plague that has fallen upon Ode Pagos. You tell her what you've learned at the village gates, making her lean on a staff, touching it with her cheek.
We can nae help with this tragedy. The people of Old Pagos are nae our friends. We will nae risk our lives for theirs.
He turns the rest of her gathering. She turns toward the rest of her gathering, sorry. Other than nod, she takes a deep breath. As she speaks, she looks at the ground.
Travel south, to the great healer who lives in the cave, beyond the beholder, the spirit that guides us through the swamps. Only he may find the way.
Thanks. I'll see what he has to say. I don't want to hide. I don't want to try to hide my annoyance. Though they're selfish and useless, it's understandable. They want to take care of their own too. Two of the druids whisper to themselves in the old speech, making sure you can't understand them. Why do you speak with the entire group? She steps away, tilting her staff toward the other druids, who look at you gently.
There's nae master among us. I've answered for our neighbors, and I know how to guide them, that's all. For now I'm trusted, but I'm nae above anyone, and I take upon myself the burdens of daily life from the shoulders of the elders. One day, my soul will get cloudier, or ever lost in madness, like my mother's before me. Then, my lips will be sealed, but a shell will take my place.
You can tell if her eyes show sadness, or relief. You tell me anything about Erastus? She looks at the other elders.
I doubt this boy did something that would require the attention of the city folk.
She's not willing to speak to me about Erastus. That's a shame. Maybe we could have gotten some valuable information there. Tell me then about your faith. I want to learn more about you. She tilts her head to the right and looks directly into your eyes.
What do you want to know?
That's a good question. I'd like to hear about your teachings.
Give away what you can. Take only what you need. From your soul, from the soil, from the fellowship of humans. You'll leave behind only ashes.
Accept it, and grow in peace. She ends with a kind smile.
If you think 'tis nae much, you're right. Think any soul has enough years to follow this path fully, your soul is already beset by thorns.
You will never be able to reach Nirvana almost. And I am a pagan. And I do actually believe in that. At least for my pagan self. I want to sort of go down this route of like believing in that nature-bound style of living. Maybe not as far as maybe the White Marshes, but at least closer to something more reasonable, I think, for the people here. So we have three options. I can lie and say that in my home, our elders taught us the same thing, and I believe they're right. Or I can say, or I can mean it earnestly, and it won't be a lie. I can also say that's not what I've been told by my elders, but I understand where you're coming from. I don't want to just say I see because it seems very dismissive. I do actually think that they're right. She raises her left hand and touches your cheek gently. At first, you feel the warmth of her skin, but you lose track of time, as if her blue eyes have thrown you into a deep lake. When you shake this feeling off, you feel refreshed. I can either say thank you, or I can say that's not right, you should have asked me first. You wasted my time. But you know what? A free healing is a rare gift to obtain. So thank you. She observes you with a modest kind smile. What does it mean to be a druid?
To be worthy of trust. Our elders have the trust that we'll master our shells under their guidance and use them to strengthen all of us. Our neighbors have to trust that we're worthy of their food, ever if we do nae work with our hands. The creatures need to trust that we deserve to enter their woods.
She observes you for a bit, their fingers tap on her staff.
This trust would never be put in an outsider.
The right's followers follow their tablets. How about you? For a moment, you think she's not sure how to answer, but then you realize that she's humming to herself silently. She raises her hand and gestures for you to look around.
The world of our ancestors was near the same as the one we see. They have their truth, we have ours. Stories come from humans. The animals think nothing of them, yet prosper.
That's a very interesting viewpoint. Now, personally, I almost kind of like fall down this viewpoint too, personally. The truth is, and I think a lot of it, comes from this desire to sort of like shake that off. Because it can also lead to some of the more interesting and scary discussions about, what people do. But I think overall humans are ultimately in charge of their own fates. Whether or not we're in charge of our own individual fates, that's a question and a tale as old as time. We know what happens when you're born in the wrong zip code, for instance. But overall, humans, we have the ability to change the world for both better and for worse. And it is important for us to recognize that and to be connected with the world around us. Otherwise, what's the point? We end up destroying the lands around us for nothing. And so I think actually I really enjoy what they're sort of like talking about here. I think I would personally ascribe to the druidic practice. Except in real life, if you ascribe to it, you gain no powers. Instead, you just get to live in some rich person's backyard, which is a real thing, by the way. A rich person wanted to hire someone to be a quote-unquote family druid, where they would live in their backyard with no internet, no technology, just live in a weird like small shed for like a year, read some books, and then just like leave, and you would make $100,000 or $200,000 every single year. Very strange. How do you feel about other religions?
We do not have to feel about them. If they let us live, we will nay strike first. The preacher was here once, when I was but a teen. Your eyes get a bit more cloudy. I see that one could take the tablets and grow upon them. But the right burns the freedom of others, and their followers build their grey, dead temples from the skulls of those who do nay listen. We request trust, nay slavery.
Which is, again, it feels like a very normal viewpoint. I feel like that's a very good viewpoint to have. That's fascinating to see the right sort of be depicted as such an evil thing. This was even before my own choices. I don't think we ever made a choice about what the right was. The game sort of thrust the idea of what the right was onto us. All we chose was to define what is the makeup of Hovleven and ourselves. But the right being as cruel as it is, that was already true in the fabric of this game's lore. It's very being from before we ever stepped foot in these lands. There are many rumors surrounding druids. Some of them portray you as rather cruel.
They want not to seek wisdom in every mouth they see.
Her thin lips form a smirk, but her voice gets stronger.
The butchers of the Unites are driven by fear, afraid to admit their old malice, to give up on their dreams of power, of comfort. They'd make us the monsters of their tales, for they want their people to look away as they hunt us. We're a mirror of their weakness, the sun to the shadow. We're the proof that they do nay have to rule.
Let's change the topic. Dear Druid, I need to pee. BRB. You know what's crazy to think about? I pee the least out of most streamers. There are many other streamers who pee every hour, sometimes even every half an hour. They're water fiends. They take a 2-liter bottle of water and they say, a snack. I see a 2-liter bottle of like Coca-Cola and I say a snack. A 2-liter bottle of water, that's gonna take me a while to like go through. But still, I force myself to. Because when you talk a lot, my god, does your throat start to die. I do want Coca-Cola, very badly. But I will try to hold off for the sake of us being able to read all this. Let's continue our questioning. Now that we have access to a druid, again, very important figure, very powerful figure. And there's a lot of things that we should be able to ask them. A lot of different angles that we should be able to sort of like dive down into. That hopefully gets us more resolutions. Because we're slowly, very quickly running out of time here. Stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. New Gatorade G Fuel. Sorry. Have you ever met Astarion?
Nay.
Seeing that you wait for a more detailed answer, she taps her fingers on the staff.
We had nay reason to talk with them.
That's a very interesting statement. I wonder why she said that. I'm looking for a healer. Am I looking for a healer? I don't know if I'm looking for a healer. She raises her head a bit and observes you in silence.
You will nay find them here. My soul has its limits. I need to be there when an elder falls down the stairs.
I don't know why I laughed. Sorry. I don't know why I laughed. It's not funny. It's not funny. Old people falling downstairs is actually dangerous. Just don't laugh. If it happens, I've fallen and I can't get back up.
When a child gets a fever, when a lumberjack cuts off their arm, we too may need your dragon bones, and I will nay put a stranger above my neighbors.
Alright, fine, fair. But also, how are you going to save a lumberjack who cuts off their own... How do you cut off your own arm from cutting down a tree with an axe? I don't think that's, like, possible. Okay, just mental image, alright? Mental image, okay? Let me draw this for you all. Let me draw this mental image for you all, because I don't think this is possible, to actually cut your arm with an axe. I don't even think... There's no way that this is, like, feasible, right? Like, what? Here. So imagine you're a farmer, okay? Imagine, you're a lumberjack, right? And you decide to cut down some like wood, okay? And you have an axe, okay? Let's say you're rolling with a two-hander, right? I think two-handed axes are really good for this purpose. Sorry, I'm flashbanging you. Maybe it's too late and you're blind, but hey, here it is. It's not fixed now, okay? We'll do a bit of a pirate software thing where he does like a black background in like MS Paint. Okay? You are a lumberjack. You're a lumberjack, and you're holding and you're swinging an axe, okay? The blade on an axe is on the very edge, so you swing it like this, okay? How the hell do you swing it far enough around to then go and cut your own arm? You'd have to swing it such that your POV is like this. Look, this is your POV, okay? Imagine this is a POV like look at you holding your own axe, right? You'd have to swing it such that your arm would have to bend like this. So your right arm would have to bend inwards, and your outer arm would have to swing like this. And you need to swing the axe such that it lands kind of like this, like right onto your arm or like something, just like that. There's no way that that's going to happen. Oh wait, like that. Like you'd have to do that. That doesn't make any sense. What lumberjack is gonna cut their own arm off? I don't believe her. She's just trying to avoid healing me. She just said some like random thing. What's your stance on necromancy? He grabs the staff with both hands.
The awoken spit onto the order of things, on time and nature. When held by human spells, they only grow, waiting for the pneuma of corruption to cover their bones. Their will is simple, and will never be forgotten. They will hunt for those we care for, and they will drink their blood.
Your face hides any emotion. Your voice is monotonous, but her fingers are getting pale.
The curse of necromancy does nay enter our gathering.
Do you know about Theus and her negotiations? Theus hopes to start negotiations with the Merchant Guild. What are your thoughts? She looks towards your axe and clamps her hand over his staff with new strength.
We are nay ones to tell our village how to act or how to think. If they decide to follow their mayor, we'll follow.
She lowers her voice, and her gaze is like a storm.
When a bear enters your house, you do not scream at it, nor hold the door for it to leave. You wait, or throw it a fish. But if it heads to the bed of your child, you jump on its back, ever if you all you have are your teeth.
For a single heartbeat, you see a red line in her eye. When a bear enters your house, you don't scream at it. You wait and see. You wait and see what it does. You don't bother it. But the moment that it comes, you cut its throat. Very, 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 very interesting way of saying it. A very interesting way of seeing what they wanted, like how they want to deal with this problem, right? They'd rather wait and see how Levin acts instead of just acting too rashly. They don't want to necessarily force things, I think. Now we have a couple of options. I did leave a couple of good things by the northern road, and I'm curious if I go to the ruined shelter, maybe there's something there for me to like find. But let's go to the old forest garden, because maybe also there's something there that I can see in terms of like the hunters that are lost. But first, can I ask about the innkeeper about, I could use some work. What? I have a quest! Ha ha ha! She sighs with relief and gestures for you to follow her to the creek. The light dances on its surface. I was gonna ask her about, any of the hunters. But this is fine. And you can't miss the fact that it's humming conveniently camouflages the mayor's voice. I've got a perfect task for someone of your trade. Behind the northern gate, you'll find a road. Leads to a coastal beach that used to be occupied by our fishers. Hit by a cold gust of wind, she adjusts her cape, covering her neck. That hamlet allowed us to watch the sea. And every 10 days, with as many fish and crab as we desired, without the grace of the villages in the north. She looks into your eyes. However, an earthquake led to a rock slide, and has made the road impassable. We weren't ready to clear it, and now, almost a decade later, the route is too unknown for us to risk long journeys. She raises her arm, trying to place it around your shoulders. You know what? Come in. Her gentle hand is as light as a leaf. The druids have convinced my people to accept the way it is, the will of the wilderness. She smells of roses. But enough time has passed. The roads grow desolate, and we need to put a trust in ourselves. Help me clear the paths, and my neighbors will follow us. If not because of their ideals, then because of their stomachs. As she steps away, her fingers stroke your neck gently. God, she's such a dummy mommy. The more time we spend on the road, the more monsters will hunt us. With your palfrey, you can save us from danger. Help me retrieve the hamlet, and you'll prove to me that you're a friend of Hallorsdale. Start by riding to the buried pass. See if there's any layers there that would need our interference. You're asking for a lot for a scrap of parchment. Oh, but there will be coin, of course. Laughing, she returns to her chair. 5 for helping us clear the pass. 5 for letting me know what you've learned about the hamlet. Another 3 if you have to fight in any of these places. For a day or two of a work, that's more than fair. I've already been there, and I've already cleared it. She rests her chin on the back of her hand and listens patiently to your story and taps on the table once you mention the buried rags. None of us were there on the day of the earthquake, and whatever corpses may be there now, they've surely been awakened by the fogs by now. She straightens up. It's still better than a wyvern. We're a lair of harpies. The plan stays the same. You'll take 20 diggers and guards and escort them to the rock slide. Your job is to keep them alive and well. She looks at the sky. It may take many hours, maybe even a day, so you should start in the morning. You'll get your first share of payment once you clear the pass. I'm ready to escort your people to the rock slide. Let's do it.
It's so good, so easy. Let's go. Well, why not? I mean,
I'm stinky. I'm already stinky, so the more combat that happens, the less it matters. Because I already smell like shit, right? She was willing to put her arm around me despite me being covered literally in like horse shit. But now I've got a new fancy armor, I've got a shield, and I'm about to get a new axe once I finish this, because then I'll get some money and I can find somebody to smith my axe. Woo-wee! Without wasting any time, Theos helps you muster the guards and diggers. They're healthy, well-fed, in most cases young. Their chattering is filled with excitement. The younger ones are eager to mention that they've never been so far away from the walls. The older expedition members are going more to lead and advise. They listen to the instructions carefully, and are first to take spears from the guards. Which is good. It's good that we have experienced people here to sort of guide the young upstarts to make sure that no one dies. It doesn't take long before you're ready to leave. I ask the guards to open the gate. Oh yeah, though it may take an entire day, this is a worthy thing to do. Because now, with this pass, think about it, map-wise, where does it go? I don't know, but surely it's going to lead to somewhere new, somewhere interesting, and maybe we need even use it as a sort of a shortcut to nowhere. Maybe we can go through his cave or something. I don't know. The workers carry clubs, spears, and a simple wheelbarrow filled with food rations, water skins, and tools. While one spade and one pickaxe were made of precious iron, other ones were either made from wooden planks, Minecraft, in the case of the former, or deer antlers. Still being in the forest, your companions share memories about their time spent among the familiar trees. Some were helping the hunters carry a large saurian back to the village. Others escorted the druids on the search for rare herbs. But as you get closer to the hills, your companions lower their voices. One of the guards tells stories about the local goblin packs without hiding any gory details. Her playful tone makes others carefully look around. That's interesting. Keeping the diggers on their toes could be a good thing. Look out for the harpies also. Or I could help them relax. Change the topic to something lighter. But I think it's worth it to keep them on their toes. You never really know what's out here, and if somebody can at least yell, "Look out!" we can at least, react and keep them safe. The guard finishes one more of her tales, looking with a smirk at the workers. That's right, you a chippin'. And that's why we need to keep our eyes open. Threats may hide in rocks, in clouds, and beneath our feet. Alright, lass, so I've got the backsides. Now lower your voices. Let's not cause any more landslides. The others nod, and after you regroup. We travel in silence. Ah, I ruined the vibe. That's like that's like when someone tells a joke at a party, and then somebody gets really mad, and then everything feels bad. The diggers put on their leather gloves and grab the tools. They don't need you to provide further directions. One of the older men, whose arms are covered with healed claw marks, assigns tasks and roles. The guards take place on both sides of the rock slide as well as above it. Finally, as the first sound of the pickaxe cuts through the sky, the overseer turns toward you. He stands silent for a moment, looking uncomfortable with the idea of ordering you around. But hey, listen. I understand your hesitation, but I'm here, to work with you guys. But now I have two choices here. Well, I can either figure out if my job is to keep them safe, nothing else, and I can join the guards. Or, I know it'll be tiring, but I'll join the others in clearing the road. At least we'll finish faster. Which I think is worth it, because then we use our money to rest after. And we do have some berries and stuff. You know what? Let's do it. Let's just help them out. You take off your gambeson, that was a stupid move, and prepare your own pair of gloves. Tell the guards that take care of Yogi. The overseer tells you to gather the loose rocks and put them in the wooden wheelbarrow. The workers are not eager to engage in idle chat. They breathe heavily and speak only when necessary, coordinating their efforts. It can be a rough couple of hours. But at least we get it done sooner. We lose one vitality. We look dirty, but it doesn't matter because I was already stinky. But it was worth it. The hours pass. Such work feels refreshing after all the days spent in the saddle. Take that back. We had the best life. The overseer was right to let you take care of one of the lighter tasks. Your arms get tired quickly. Time for a break. Everyone leaves their tools where they stand and sit on the flat boulders. They take out their food rations and start to talk about their plans for the evening. I can either stay vigilant and walk away and look out for beasts, or I can sit down with them. But it's my job to take care of them, so let's look out for beasts here. You stretch out your arms and back, then go for a short walk. An ibex with long dark horns and thick brown fur climbs up the rock face not far from here. It's leaning against the rocks that seem too small to carry it, yet remains confident and quick. For a moment, it gives you a silent look, not aware that, unlike most predators, humans know very well how to cause harm to distant targets. It jumps on tiny shelves and reaches the top of the wall, where it gracefully walks away. You approach Yogi, which nickers at you, happens to take a long rest in such peaceful surroundings. It bows its head, and you touch the bottom of its neck firmly. The overseer clears his throat, stands up, and addresses you.
So far, nay corpse.
He rubs his scars at a grunt.
But there was a boot eye. Maybe the leg walked away on its own. Better grab your axe. We'll strike as soon as we see it, awoken or not. You ready?
You know what? I can either say just leave it to me and the guards. Or we can use the spears or I can tell them to use time to use the spears that you brought. Telling people to form a circle around 2 or 3 diggers. I want the guards to keep watch around just in case. And so I think it's worth it to get the diggers to try to fight here. But at the same time, if it is a zombie, right? It's risky, right? If you pull guards away from the surrounding area, it could be risky. Getting the diggers to do it could waste time, but we've gained a bit of time back by helping with the dig ourselves. Let's try to risk the normal people. He nods.
Aye, let's stay patient. We have all the numbers we need. Right, now.
He gestures for everyone to stand up and gather around him, and points at 5 people, calling them by their names.
You stay on guard. The rest, you dig. Don't move more than 1 rock at a time. Anyone hears anything or sees a bone, stop whatever you're doing and shout. We do need nay adventurers.
Half the workers grab the spears and form a semicircle around the diggers. The others move slowly, breaking, pushing, and carrying away the rocks. The tension is palpable. There are not enough hands to get through the rebel quickly. I stay close, axe in hand, gambeson on, ready to strike. Time passes slowly, until one of the workers calls for help and you hear a couple of huge rocks fall to the ground. The workers run, and, in one case, crawl away from the moving human bones. There's no soul between you and it, and the panicked workers stupefy you with their screams. You pull out your axe. Hold your positions! I can tell him to hold, and I can keep my distance and observe the corpse. Or I can dash forward and strike it down. But I think holding and observing is a good choice for now. You stand with a raised weapon, observing the moving creature. Its whitish skull is cracked, and the thin arms, held together only by pneuma, are reaching out toward you. It doesn't utter as much as a shout, and its empty eye sockets are like an abyss. The crowd observes the creature, at first with frightened gasps, then in silence. A couple of heartbeats. The overseer points at the corpse.
The bloody bonehead has no legs!
The shock loses its grasp. One of the guards pokes the undead with a spear. Before it manages to catch the weapon, it gets hit once, twice, many more times, till it stops moving. The loose bones scatter around. The first chuckle is followed by bursts of laughter. An older digger looks at you with a smile.
Scary, eh? I almost ran away.
We have two more options. This is a very tense moment here. Anything could happen, and now we know that there are many dead bodies here. Not of our people, but I wonder who then, and I wonder why they were here. Because think about it. Why were they here? Why were they in this zone? And there could be many more, because this is a tunnel going all the way down to the water, right? There could be many people in this cave that are going to jump out at us. I'm not willing to rest yet. I push people away and approach the corpse. Before I approach the corpse, I can smile back at the worker and say, it sure was. But you know what? Let's be a bit hastier. Let's just push through and approach the corpse, make sure things are fine. The undead didn't even have its hips, and was lucky to sit in an upward position. Was this wretch buried by the tree? Or did he get trapped here? Or did he get trapped after it died here? Wonders one of the guards. And the digger responds by spitting on the ground.
Let's hope no one was stupid enough to name burn that they're dead.
The hesitant workers try to stay away from the bones, but then the overseer kicks the skull away, sparking another wave of laughter. He cups his head around his mouth.
Now, there may be another one here, and his legs may still be kicking. Grab your tools. We do not have more than an hour ahead of us.
He leans towards you and nods politely.
You know how to get rid of a corpse on the road? What do we do?
I can either say, no point in wasting more time, cut the bones and throw them down the hill, let the wolves choke on them. Or I can say that the dead deserve a dignity and we need to burn it. And I think that's true. Burning it is also more guaranteed, because even if we throw it down the hill, we just push the problem to another date, which is going to be annoying. He sighs. Aye, hard to argue with that. Take 5 souls with you. He rubs his hands together and raises his voice and starts to assign new tasks. Cutting up branches with simple stone axes takes quite a bit of time. You take your tinder box and gather at an old dry bow standing in the middle of a meadow and covered with broken twigs and bones. After a moment of silence, you step away from the burning remains. Without a word, your companions observe the unusual power for another minute. And move back to the entrance. At least there are no other undead in sight, thankfully. As the end of the digger's work gets closer, they grow tired and annoyed, which starts a few squabbles. The overseer has none of it, forcing them to focus. It doesn't take long before the path is cleared. Nice! In silence, the workers remove their gloves, clean their chests with water, and gather the tools. And I prepare Yogi for the rest of the journey down. A group of harpies follows your steps, but after half an hour, they give up on you, seeing that you remain in large numbers. Your return trip is safe, and the workers cheer up quickly. And keep an eye on our surroundings, just in case. And we just made a cool, 13 buckaroos. Your loud expedition gets noticed long before you reach the gates, and the villagers gather by the open gate. The parents welcome their children, the siblings and friends mock the presumed cowardice of the equals, and the kids ask for stories. For many of the members of the group, it was the first time that they truly left their homes. And in good hands, mind you. Good hands. I'm quite the skilled fellow. Since no soul approaches me, I ride through the empty village and lead Yogi to the stables. As you're crossing the face bridge, a guard greets you with a smile. Oh, Mare, we'll wait for you in the usual spot. She's glad to see that you're safe. You lead your mount to the haystack, and as you loosen up the saddle, yet another person shows up behind you. This time, it's a man with a large club, whom you previously met on your path to the priest, though this time he's wearing sandals. You are summoned by Elpis, the speaker of the forest, he states solemnly, and you should see her right away. Why is that? Actually, let's not question. Actually, yeah. Why is that?
His name me who they call, but 'tis urgent. Do they make them wait?
He turns away and heads south, with his club leaning against his shoulder. Finally alone, you're left standing near the main square. Let's go talk to the druid first. It's weird that she wants to see me, and I think it's worth it to just see her. At your return, she shifts her staff and stares at you with her stormy eyes. I was asked to speak with you about the rock slide. She looks at the nearby workers. Even though they're engaged in their own task, she lowers her voice.
And 'tis a good thing that you came here first.
She spares you a polite nod.
The hamlet should stay as it is. Howler's Dell needs nae growth.
Her shoulders relax, as if there's nothing more to add. I have a couple of options here, and they're all very interesting, actually. Tell me more. Simple, straight to the point, but still very interesting. There's something going on here. I can also say, if you expect me to lie, I need to hear your offer. As if to say, like, why do we need to stay small, and also how can we facilitate what she wants to say. I can also dismiss it all and say, and just nod and change the topic, but I'm down for mysteries. Tell me more.
Our people need nae more gluttony, nae more opulence. Nae creature can ever gain anything that it dreams of, and that's a hurtful pursuit, or one that breaks limbs.
Her lips get thinner.
Thea's heart belongs to Hovlevin. Give her what she wants now and she'll be weakened. When the day of hardship comes, she will nae have enough strength to accept it.
But, I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? She'll be weakened, she'll believe that things are fine, and she'll lower her guard, not knowing that maybe Hovlevin will stab her in the back. And now we have a new option. So, it's just politics. There isn't even a wild spirit to be afraid of. Without a word, she taps on her staff with her fingers. You know, if you expect me to lie, I need to hear your offer. What are you offering me in exchange? Your eyes shine, lively as lightning. We do not trade, stranger. We do not beg, do not bribe, do not promise. We give what is deserved. We do what needs to be done. If your shell is not empty, you'll do what's right. I nod and change the topic. Now, about the Rastos, by the way, I'm not sure about she deserves me in silence. I'm not sure about why we'd ask about the neighbors. Her voice gets lowered with every word. But you showed us kind gestures before. He's young, lost, and sad. To heal, he ought to seek a friendly shoulder among his people, nay in the world outside. Farewell. But now we should probably tell her to stop. But do we lose the money? And also, like, telling her to stop. Sure, we do that, but what's that going to change? Remember, this is something that they used to do that they had food for, right? They were able to stay safe. And technically, them having more access to resources does make them stronger politically as well. When you think about what they need from the village, them having food does mean that they're less reliant on Hovlevin itself. So why are they so hesitant, really? Let's regroup and rethink about what that means, okay? Why are they so hesitant to allow Howler's Dell to have access to the Wadis, to have access to a steady source of food? Is it because of fear that nature will strike back? Which, I mean, it could happen. We do know that it could possibly happen. And there is actually something strange about that, too. Think about this. The landslide happened, right? But there were bodies there. Why were there bodies there? Wasn't people from this village. So who caused the landslide and who died? That's it. There is something going on there. And maybe it's not worth it. Maybe that's what she means by weakened. Not because of you get so much in excess that you sort of like forget about danger. But maybe in the sense of like, well, you're actually inviting actual danger here. I don't know. Theus turns to you with a polite smile. How can I help you, Stick? About the fishing hamlet. She encourages you with a smile. The road is clear. She leans forward. Her voice is close to a whisper and cold like a gust of wind. I'd wish you'd come to me right away instead of opening your ears to help us. Her red lips keep wearing her usual smile, but the green eyes match the fury of her tone. She's getting meddlesome. Watch out for what she tries to sell you. Before you get a chance to answer, she straightens up. Don't let me wait any longer. Hit me with the good news stick. As you mention the undead, she stops herself from shedding tears of laughter. A skeleton with no legs! That must be a good sign. She's still chuckling. Her hand reaches to her belt, from which she unpins a leather pouch. You've done well! Our work isn't finished yet, but we're close. So close. She picks 5 dragon bones, then pushes them towards you, holding each one with a separate finger. Time for me to search the hamlet. What is this nightmarish trick? You read my soul stick. Pay close attention to what you'll find. She rubs her pale hands, then starts to count down on her pale fingers. How many cabins are still standing? Are there any lairs nearby? Any signs of vagabonds? Soul-eating mold? Broken walls? The more you learn, the better. I'll be back soon. Usually don't avoid hard conversations, do you? Most of you folk feel hesitant when they meet pagans. She smirks, but the hand clenched around her deer buckle makes you alert. Are you that open to strangers, or did the United Church loosen its grip? I'm interested in who could take their place. The guild and the artisans, the army? This is another world-building question, I think. One where we get to say what is the influence of these things that we have in this world. We could say that the United Church stands strong and still do its laws. Hovleven is still loyal to the Empress, even if she's not around. Or maybe the Unites are matched by the new order of Seekers, but nothing is set in stone yet. Perhaps soon after the war, the army had to take over, and never let go of its power. Maybe the maritime trade keeps the city alive. The merchants took the lead. Or maybe I'm a bit aloof. Honestly, I don't bother with politics. You know what? Maybe the merchants keep the city alive, but this gives so much power to money. Or maybe the army took over, but we see the state of the army as is with the small palisade, right? Just outside of the city. Barely even alive. I don't remember who the Seekers are, so let's remind ourselves who are the Seekers. Glossary, Seekers, let's see. Orders of Truth. The Orders of Truth, known as the Seekers. This is different from the United Church, I think. Yes. The tablets portray people pursuing knowledge of both spiritual and physical worlds. They really focus on children, instead describing experience mature people looking for wisdom, contemplating the faith, exploring philosophical ideas, or inventing new technology. Sages, wizards, herbalists, inventors. The Orders of Truth, known as the Seekers, had no interest in pursuing political power or gathering wealth. Instead of creating hierarchies of priests and priestesses, they invited anyone ready to abandon their personal possessions, or in some cases, even their families, to live in small communities focused on gathering knowledge, creating and copying handwritten books, developing new technologies, exploring art, studying medicine, alchemy, or magic. While these gatherings, later known as the Orders, were focused on different activities, they were to share their knowledge with each other, support themselves in times of need. At first, the United Church allowed the Seekers to carry on with their research. After a couple of centuries, some orders gathered large collections of priceless books and talented artisans, able to sell their works for huge prices. The Unites tried to force them to adapt the traditional structures and join the priesthood, as well as share their riches and knowledge with its grand temples. The Orders refused, engaging in a long political conflict. Some monasteries were forced to succumb to the law, while others moved to rural areas, trying to live in harmony with the villages in exchange for willing to exchange supplies for their knowledge and artisanship. Though they seem almost weaker at this point. A couple of the Orders turned out to be influential and powerful enough to stay in the cities after all. The large monasteries are generously rewarded for their abilities, but their knowledge is veiled in secrecy, securing the position of those who have access. The monks themselves aren't explorers. They just stay in their strongholds, sometimes sometimes organizing expeditions to gather information and resources that can't be obtained otherwise, or to transport books or goods for sale. The Orders don't keep military squads, that's good, but the monasteries settled in rural areas are well protected and even fortified, that makes sense. The Seekers portray nature as a mysterious force, a realm where the ancient heroes were illuminated by their right or understood the secrets of life and magic. While they condemn necromancy and blood sorcery, they don't alienate themselves with pagan tribes, considering them to be lost rather than wicked. Which is also good. They don't burn them at the stake, thankfully. At the same time, they express contempt toward the United Church. Yes. Betraying it as spiritually hollow. Yes. And too invested in political intrigues and violence. Yes. They had mixed feelings toward emperors and empresses, but remained loyal to their military authority. You know what? I'm down to give Seekers power here. The Unites are matched by the new order of Seekers, but nothing is set in stone yet. Perfect. Let's hope it's going to last for a decade or so. We don't need their preachers here, nor the blood they're so happy to shed. But the fishing hamlet. I'm going to take care of it too. Thank you for your time. I need to leave the square. We now have 5 coins. Good number of coins. 3 hours until nighttime. We can make a bit more time and we can actually go grab... Maybe actually, let's try to sleep at our ruined shelter. It saves us a bit of time for what I want to do tomorrow. The northern road, though it has a trap, I don't want to bother getting it because we may not have enough time to even travel at that point. The ruined shelter that we could use as a nice pit stop could be nice for us. There's a nice cave there as well. And then what we can do is the very next day we go down, visit the cabin, see what they're up to. Go up to Gale Rocks, buy the fish, give it to the elder, and see if I can heal the village of Old Pagos, just like I predicted, chat. I'm a genius. Let's go to the ruined shelter. We'll sleep here, in the middle of nowhere. Through the open gate, you spot 2 brown rats, observing you from behind a mushroom. They flee from your gaze to the tall grasses. I seek shelter. It's too dangerous to stay here. There's but a still time to travel to a safer spot. You can find the closest shelter at Foggy Lake, but the creatures of the night are surely going to attack you, so I lose 1 vitality. That's fine. It's not that bad. The grass in the animal pen has managed to grow back a bit, which your mount welcomes with droopy, relaxed ears. There are dozens of feathers scattered around the yard, with some blood stains on an apron that's hung on the fence. You enter the tavern. Hello, Foggy. I had a talk with the Aeson. He encourages you with a smile.
And what did he say, love?
I tell her, you know what? I mentioned that he wanted me to lie to her. I want her to know that I'm on her side here. She walks around the hearth like a bear in a cavern, dusting the shells with a wet cloth. She keeps silent for a minute or two, then throws a rag in some jars, knocking them on the ground. Her loud words cover the cracking sound.
So that's how it is.
Her tone remains in control. She puts her hand on your shoulder, looking into your eyes. I appreciate your honesty, Stick. She hands you the cold pieces of bone.
Here are your dragons.
She steps away, looking through the window shutters.
There will be consequences,
she announces, lowering her voice. Got some things you might want to buy, like some boy tusks?
These are large, dear, but every now and then we also hunt down a boar or 2.
She places the tusk on the table, making a circle.
I may sell them to a traveler one day.
The city folk like to show their friends what mighty hunters they are. I'll give you a dragon and a dinner later on. Nope. I need to buy something. Fresh meals. 4 meals bought in advance, 0 meals left. I'll buy 1. I'd like to eat. Thank you. She stretches out her arm and grabs a bowl.
Give me a moment.
Sit down on the clean table. After a moment, the keeper brings her a roasted badger meat with mushroom sauce and a bowl of simple cabbage soup. It's already late, so you devour everything that's in front of you. Foggy mentions that you already paid for another 3 meals. Do you have anything else that you want me to do?
I've already prepared what I need you to take care of.
She nods towards a wooden cask that's under the table. It's not larger than your stomach.
It's a mighty fine, strong cider.
Brewed it myself.
The folks at White Marshes paid for it many days ago. It was meant to be a wedding gift, but no soul came to pick it up.
Take it to them, dear. I know it's heavy, and I bet you're not eager to go there, she chuckles. But 3 coins is going to be plenty fine for you. It's not that far from here. Just don't lose it at a trader's stall. She cracks her knuckles just by making a fist. It's not so valuable that you want to sell it behind my back. You have to head out? No worries. Thank you, brother. Thank you for showing up. And have a great day and a great night. It is getting late, to be fair. You ask who exactly is meant to receive the delivery, but she just waves her hands. Just ask for the mayor, Helvius. Huh. And what if they won't take it at all? Am I to bring it back?
Why wouldn't they?
She waves it off. But let me know about it. I can sell it back to you for a good price. They're done. She nods. I will, love. Thank you. Well, now we're good. Let's talk about the fishing hamlet. I've never been there. I've heard it's just a couple of buildings and a weak wall. Used to be more hamlets instead of hag hills, like the lumberjack one. But as fear of the woods grows, folks don't dare to live in such little groups. The soldiers' camp in the far south is the last one I can think of, and it's hardly safe. Thanks. Good to know that place is awful. I think my plan is solid, then. We sleep. We do a quest later. It's not really important yet, so... We get to sleep here for free. We get plenty of space, and we get to sleep in the attic. And we have a bunch of fur to keep ourselves warm. The staff will also take care of Yogi. Foggy offers you to rest here for free. Sure. The shivers wake you up. Foggy is standing by the open door, letting the dense fog in, with her back lit by a lantern. While she breathes slowly, her eyes are keenly observing the area. And after you focus, you hear the distorted shouts of roaming saurians. I stay inside, hoping there are no curses carried by the fog. Taking a bit of health damage was actually worth it there to move here, actually. It's good. Listening to the grunts of the annoyed Yogi makes you feel, okay, yeah, Yogi's always annoyed. So there's no more talking to the foragers. So, we do our plan. Go down here, 1 hour, go back up here, 2 hours, and go all the way here, 4 hours. That's no time. I think. Let's go back to the Wanderer, offer some condolences. Should I have eaten? Nah, I'm good. The brook is cleaner than ever, and the prophet happily takes a short break to quench his thirst. The statue stands in all its glory, preserving the road and those who use it. There's still a coin in the wooden bowl. I consider washing myself in the stream. And I can wash my shell. Get me at least something. One step. It's not too bad. Doesn't waste time either. Go down to the foraging ground, see if there's anything new. The sky is filled with croaking arguments of the mountain birds. You know there's almost no insects around you. You don't spot any larger predator. I get foraged, though it will take time, and honestly, we have meals over at Foggy's place, so it doesn't really matter. We go to the cabin. Visit the man who we told to stay here. A loud roar comes from the west, causing the birds to burst into the sky loudly. From here, you don't see the battling beasts. I enter the cabin. You hear the voice of the man whom you encountered in the heart of the forest. He's standing, right there, in the corner, holding a raised dagger. Right, looks like we're both alive. He lowers his shoulders and clears his throat nervously. I better memorize the sound of your horse. He hides the blade. You want to talk with me? Right. You helped me find this place, and I want to be even with you. He approaches the entrance and looks outside, but you may be making sure that you're not being followed. Hey, Heb, how's it going? Welcome to some more Roadwarden. How are you on this fine day? This very fine day, late night. You're gonna look for the camp of bandits, stranger. If not now, then another day. You're merely one of those. How does he know? I guess it makes sense. But I am looking for Glocky's band, yeah. His look is absent, wandering in a different place. So listen carefully. Head to the middle of the shortcut, to a pile of stones. Then turn north. There's a path in sight, but don't worry. You'll find it soon, you will. Pauses. It's not a safe road, but not as scary as people say. You need a hook with a rope to move through it. Damn it. You're asking where his knowledge comes from, but there's anger in his blue eyes. Don't try to make an enemy now, stranger. I'm harmless, but not defenseless. And my past will remain merely that. The past. So now he's told us how to get to the Glockia's band. They're hiding in the forest, but I still need a rope with a hook. So, middle of the shortcut. Let's write this down, because it is kind of weird. Middle shortcut to the pile of rocks. Then head north. Need a rope with hook. I have a rope, but I have no hook. So we do need to buy a hook from somewhere. It's interesting. You're doing good. You're heading to bed soon since it's almost 1 a.m. Ever saw that I was live and wanted to poke your head in? Thank you. I appreciate that. It's nice to see you again. And again, as always, there's never any pressure to show up. But I do appreciate it. None the DLS. I'm good as well. I had a bit of a late start today because I was feeling kind of sick, but now we're going into a nice steady stride. But yeah, 1 a.m. It is a good time to sleep. At least it is the weekend, right? TGIS. Thank God it's Saturday. And then tomorrow's TGIS. Thank God it's Sunday. But have a good night, sleep tight, and appreciate you for showing up. Hopefully you have a good sleep, and hopefully your morning tomorrow is as good as well. I'll be here for like a while, so let's see how this goes. Well, I'll see if I can actually make it to the second segment today. I did want to get to some tales and tactics later, but it depends on how tired I am and how much thinking that I want to do. Because the game also has a lot of reading too. And I do want to do a full run where we read a bit more. But now we know how to get to Glocky's band. Which is nice. Very nice. Which is very... I wonder if it's worth it to go anytime soon. And I remember being able to buy a hook somewhere, but I forget where we could buy a hook. Or maybe the game just told us about a hook, but I don't remember how. You know there's no pressure, but you do like to pop in. That's fair. I'm glad that you feel that too, actually. I was wondering if people felt comfortable popping into the stream. Felt like it was a safe place to like hang out, but it seems like it is. It's nice to see people show up, you know. It's nice to see everyone, you know, new and like old show up just time and time again and just hang out. It's good. I enjoy it whenever people feel safe around here. Just you know, hang out and relax here, so. It means that I'm doing something right. Or maybe wrong. I don't want any of you to feel safe here. I want you all to be on your toes, actually. It's time to change that. I think he wants us to go to the cairn. So that's why they told us to avoid the cairn. Secretly, they knew about the Lake Bandits. I think every village knew about the Lake Bandits, but they told me to avoid the cairn as a sort of a way to make sure that I wouldn't bother the bandits, even though they know that they're there. Because Glocky's band is a part of this whole, you know, realm. Makes sense, but it does make my job harder too. I do make it welcoming. That's nice to hear. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's good to know. That will change. From now on, you're all going to become a human urinal instead of stick space. Very, very soon. Now, last time we talked to this rogue, he was there watching us deal with the furless wolf. I need to know about the soul devoured by the furless wolf, because I need to know if it's one of the 3 hunters, and maybe he knows a bit more information.
Let me think. It wasn't in all that good shape. Quite slaughtered, you see. It was a male. I saw them before. Name was Vashel. Darker than me, black hair, this tall. He raised his hand to estimate the person's size. Was wearing leather, brown and green. And people at creeks wear such things all the time. He had scraps of his face, he did. And here, he points to his left ear. He had an animal bone. An earling. An earling animal bone. Ah. How can you be that if you're just a voice in my head? That's true! You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're just a voice in my head. You're right. You're all just voices in my head, chat. My mind monkeys. We learned a new term today, actually, chat. We learned a new term called monkey mind. When you have mind monkeys, it means that there are things like distracting you, bothering you, causing you to think about things that aren't necessarily important. And so, I'm going to call you all, instead of parasocial parasites, it's mind monkey. Because I too am now a parasocial parasite. And so I want there to be a divide between me and you, chat, such that I can be better than you. The only way for that to happen is if you're my mind monkeys instead of my parasocial parasites. We're actually in a symbiotic relationship. We feed off of each other. Yes, my mind monkeys. You give me fuel to say weird random things, and I give you something to watch. I think that's a fair trade. You plan to stay here for long, rogue? Not you, chat, but this like random rogue? Nah, merely enough to rest before I head south. I'm trying to really capture that, like, you know, the voice of Garrett from like Thief. I'm really trying to get that like tone. A few days, no more. His eyes get colder. But don't say a word about me to anyone, stranger. I'm dead serious. I have some questions about the peninsula. He shrugs. I don't care. I have no reason to amuse you. I've made a pledge to keep things to myself. I bid farewell to him. Okay, well, good to know. We got some very valuable information before he like left. Very good. Now we go to Gale Rocks. I buy my fish. I go all the way back to the Elder. I get the solution for Old Pagos, and life is good. I also can play matchmaking. Hive mind like the Illithids? You know what? Kinda, yeah. But whereas the Illithids, every Illithid isn't equal, here, chat, the mind monkeys are separate. I am the ultimate controller of the stream. But sometimes you guys say something and it's like, that's a pretty good idea. And then we do it and it becomes like a chaotic stream. So sometimes chat shows up and says something crazy, said something good. Other times, you know, it takes work, right? But eventually, we'll get there. But yeah, let's imagine like the Illithids.
Maybe not. I don't want to add like tentacles to the mix. We're already kind of like crazy about feet here. I don't want to add tentacles to like everything else. That might be a bit too much. Hey, I am dirty actually. I do need to take a shower. Wait, it only gives me one. I could buy perfume. Wait a minute. Think about this. If I buy perfume, costs 6, and I use 1 coin, I can get even cleaner. You know what? Okay, wait, buy the fish first in case I mess up. I actually might mess up here. Well, where's the fish? Oi, what's your face? Pasothamir. What's your face? What's your name? Voltios. Why do I keep mixing up their names? Pasothamir? I still need an Empress Carp. I pay him 1 dragon bone. Cool. He raises his hand to scratch his neck, but stops himself before he does so. Lets out an annoyed sigh. Alright, where's this carp gonna go? How long does this thing last? Does it tell me? I have the fish. Very insightful, yes. Where fish? Empress Carp. It's covered with red and golden scales, kept in a sealed bucket. If Rhythm Cave has asked you to deliver it to him. Sure. Let's not waste much more time. Let's go. We buy the perfume, and then we leave. It's about 8:45. Batman, wish to buy your perfume. Thank you. He grins and asks you to wait with your horse, then heads toward the western gates. Once he returns, he carries a small wooden box. He places it inside the shed, in one of the old barrels. The box is filled with wool and small earthenware bottles, which he opens one at a time, allowing you to get a whiff of the contents. We make them as a village. The coins ain't for me, he explains. But they're nice, ain't they? Which one do you want? Who smelled the cloves? The person inside the building smelled the cloves. I hate clothes. Roses, I don't remember what a rose smells like. Lavender. Wait, lavender is insane. I have lavender laundry detergent, and that is the best smelling thing there. He smiles, picks up a bottle, and puts it on the barrel, waiting for you to smell it again before you pay. You add the bottle to your other fragile pieces of equipment. The man closes the box again and carries it away. Now it's 8:30 before dusk. Tell me about Cassia. He raises an eyebrow, then looks around, making sure nobody approaches his shed. Now he's willing to speak to me. They ain't much to shy. All them guards are trouble from time to time, but she's lucky to still have a job. No one would take her anyway. She goes for days without washing her togs and keeps arguing left and right. The best she's for is distracting beasts. You get it? Cool. Step away. Let's leave. So let's go to the old man. Will this fish survive a 6-hour trip? Huh. When I tried to leave, it seems like there's something blocking me. The family of deer you met some days ago has returned to the pond. This time accompanied by more members of the pack. One buck towers over all the others with antlers as large as your palfrey. It's a few steps towards you, shaking its head. You better stay where you are. You observe the curious, lazy glances. While the adults quench their thirst, the young ones are playing in the tall grasses or basking in the middle of the road. It takes quite a few minutes before the large beast orders the others to head back into the woods. Its bellow is like a falling boulder. Listen, I like the family of deers. I actually tried to help them, so I wait for them a few minutes patiently. I don't mind. Oh, I do mind. Wait, the fish is dead. Is it dead? It's still alive, maybe. I don't know. I can't see it, actually. A flock of colorful birds is circling in the sky. The druid is sitting on the shore, keeping his legs in the water, observing the spring. His gaze is a bit absent. He notices you only after you tap his shoulder. What do you need, traveler? What did I use that accent? Sorry. I know how I should have addressed you. I want to fix my mistake. How should I address him? What did they say about the druid before in Hallow's Dell? Yet. Wait. I have a quest. Healing the plague. The druids from Hallow's Dell told me that I care about healing the plague. I speak with the man who lives in the south. What was his name again? I had some notes about how I should address him. Druid. Maybe it's just druid. I brought what you asked for. He looks inside the bucket quickly, then gives you a big smile. Now I'm in your debt, traveler. Let me know if you need a healing touch. Closes the bucket again and puts it on the bench. I'm hurt. I'd like to collect my reward. No, don't do that. Have any hunters from creeks have visited you recently? Here, the opposite corner of the peninsula. Most people do nay have a beast to carry them for miles, stranger. That's true. Yeah, most people here don't have a horse. Apparently, a horse is a very rare thing in these lands, which is strange. His playful tone suddenly gets worried. Or did their struggles with meat get so grim that they ever considered such dangerous trips? He takes a deep breath and leans back. How can they force beasts to jump under one's blade? The footers wouldn't they trust me anymore. Why? That's interesting. I wonder why you don't wear robes like the druids from Halley's Dell. I wear what I need, and therefore what is needed of me. He speaks with pride. My ancestors knew such paths lead to freedom. Nay empty gestures, but honesty, gratitude, and tranquility. He looks toward the north. Those left in the village are putting their hands into matters that fit the empty-hearted. Their petty clothes are but a costume, nay better than a dress of a merchant, or a pretty rock thrown into a lake. Sorry, I got gassy there. How about old Pagos? He should have some answers here, and I helped him with his fish, so he might be able to help. I bring news from old Pagos. A terrible plague has fallen upon it. His eyes widen. What did you say? A plague? You tell him everything you've heard about the symptoms. He attentively observes your lips. He sometimes asks you to clarify some details. You usually don't know how to answer him. He finally nods and turns away and approaches the garden beds, lost in his thoughts. You wait in silence. He speaks after a short break. There's nothing I can do. His words are trembling. I thought they would help. I can either say you'll have their blood on your hands, to sort of say like, hey, what's going on? I can say that he's pissing me off. And that's it? Are druids really that useless? Maybe I can say, is there anything I can do? I don't want to necessarily make it harder for him. Very clearly, something about this whole lifestyle. He's very clearly a recluse for a reason, so let's not push it too much. Is there anything I can do? He strokes his beard and examines your equipment. There may be. You can help me cast a spell of great power, but it will take much. You wouldn't dare, and you'd have to give up a grand reward. It's a quest for a hero. They are messenger, and there are no heroes. This is interesting. What is a grand reward? Give up a grand reward. That's interesting. What does that mean? You may be right. Tell me more and I'll decide what to do later on. Or you underestimate me. I show you what I'm made of. You underestimate me, old man. Before you finish, he turns away from you and looks at the falling water. Then, listen. Help me awaken Beholder, the good totem from the swamp. You've already passed its altar in the crossroads in the north from here. It needs to be fed, and it only feasts on spirits. The Noom are held in human blood, the magic locked in items. Offer them, and it will answer your call. It is a hungry being, and it will nay be nurtured by a single gift. Who knows how much it wants? He carries on without pausing, as if he's speaking from memory. But let it grow, and it will reward you. Take its holy seed and bring it back to me. I'll enter the village, and through the totem's power, I'll return my strength and keep the Numa before it leaves the lungs of humans. Ah. He stands in the same spot for a few breaths, then finally looks back at you. Interesting. That he'll enter the village, and through the totem's power, he'll replenish his own strength. This is a very interesting thing. I wonder if he means that he's going to sacrifice himself, or that he has to stay there to keep them alive. Tell me more about this. You got Somebody trying to push me into some dark magic, old man. He gestures for you to stop. None of us would accept the sacrifice of a human life. To throw, Beholder needs near our souls, but rather any Numa it can find. Your judgment is needed here. So it could be anyone. Maybe, so I need to offer magic to the altar. Maybe it's time to ask the druids from the village to help me. I'm sure they can spare some of their Numa. Puts his hands on his sides and looks at the clouds above him. If they're willing to help you, they would send you here, at least they all by yourself. They stare into the promises of power and the fears that such promises bring. For them, losing Numa is a risk. You must understand that old Pagos is nay friend of theirs, as it bows to the right, the creature that laughs when we wither. Many people would nay spare a tear for this place. Nay would much prefer it to turn into a house for boars and rocks. That is true. Is it worth saving? And yet am I necessarily fit to judge lives? Probably not, right? Who am I to judge a life when I am but a simple Roadwarden? Who is anybody to judge a life, another life, much like their own, when they're simply human? So I need to offer magic to the altar. What must we do next?
When you deliver this seed to me, we'll leave. But we need time to get the old Pagos and back. It's a long road for the shell of my years, but the totem's gift will keep me strong.
And tell me more about the seed.
His voice becomes confident and solemn. Beholder bears but one fruit a year, and only if its hunger is satisfied. The heart of this fruit, its seed, holds a great power of youth, strength, and magic. Therefore, when the winter ends, the people of Howley's Dell gather at its feet and give away the Numer held in their blood and possessions. It is a sacrifice that would kill a single soul, but when shared by many, it is but a sign of acceptance, an act of overcoming pain. Wait.
So they know about it, they've been using it the whole time, and they get that great seed of power. And we're going to take it, now, once a year, to save someone else. Do you have anything that I could give to the altar? He reaches into a pouch that was previously hanging from his neck.
I do not know you, and I can nae trust you. But if 'tis this or the death of dozens of souls, I have nae choice. Here.
As he reaches out, you see a flat bluish pebble lying in his open palm, the spirit rocks. You could go to any stream and find hundreds of rocks like this.
It is a gift I received a few years back. A rock filled with Numa by Eudocia, the enchantress. Once put in one's mouth, it brings back the strength of one's exhausted Numer. It kills you if you're a spellcaster. Put it on the altar, and it will help you feed it.
What will I get in return for all the trouble? What's the word of a brown rat that wanders near the rocks looking for seeds?
You can tell. I hold nae treasures to share, and I'll do my part, nae for a reward. For my belief that 'tis the right thing to do. Maybe the monks keep something in a chest in that disgusting temple of theirs.
Fine. I know everything, and I'm down. Let's do it. Tell me about Phoebe, by the way.
He's still trying to get a spirit rock.
After you nod, he closes his eyes slowly, allowing the gentle breeze to shake his beard.
Asterion mentioned the man's anger and denial. There's pride in his efforts, but also pain, as he can accept his daughter as the spirits have shaped her.
He opens his eyes, leads you to the main path, looks northwest, the very distant mountains.
Beyond Old Pagos, you'll find the monastery, with its respectable monks and their haunting temple. You speak with them, nae anger, but also nae foolery. Maybe Fortiels will listen to Right's followers.
Sure. That's true, I could convince him with those people. Now we need to stay somewhere safe. I want to sleep in Hallersdale. There's not enough time to go to the tree. Well, I could go there now. I'll throw this rock at this tree. You reach the crossroads. The wind is moving the branches gently. I think you see a moving root, but as you observe it, it lies still. I approach the altar, and I pee into the water. BRB. To the VOD viewers, on YouTube at least, yeah, that looks like a 5 millisecond break. The live viewers know just how long it really took. Let's put this rock onto this altar. Let's see if it can give enough power to this thing in order to give us a seed. What was the thing again? It was a spirit stone? Spirit rock. A spirit rock. Spirit rock. As you lay it on the stone slab, the pebble hisses for less than a single breath. The shadows in a dozen of tiny rocks, not much larger than grains of sand. Well, welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. As you should. Just kidding. Can you imagine? What if I was like a dictator on my channel, right? And it was like, sorry, I won't talk to you unless you sub to me. And if you don't say welcome back, you get permanently banned. I would be a monster. I think in another life, had I been a bit more cruel, had I been a bit less emphatic, I think I would do that. If only because it is kind of funny. Maybe okay, one day we'll do a stream. I have an idea. I have a good idea. One day soon, maybe this week or like next week. Maybe next week because I have more time. We'll do a stream where I'm just a straight up asshole, and I'll really hone in on that aspect. I can see how long I last. Usually when I pretend to be like an asshole, I can maybe last like one sentence, and then I usually say, "Oh, sorry." The tree greets you often with the sound of moving. Okay, good. Let's try some more blood. Can I offer some magical items? I have no items. I offer my blood. Now, I can offer a lot of blood, actually. A ton of blood. Dictate a stick, exactly. I I wonder what would be fun to play for that, actually. I wonder what I could do. It would be interesting to see, like, how far I could take it, right? But I have an idea of, like, what we could do. But I think I need a bit more time to, like, prep for it. So next week is probably the, like, best time. And I would need to really, like, hone in on the role. And it should just be, like, a sudden switch. Like, one day, I'm, like, really nice. Then the very next day, out of nowhere, I'm just a complete asshole. And then the very next day, it's, like, back to sunshines and, like, roses. You know what? It has to be at least 3 streams worth, right? Because it has to, like, lead into... It has to lead into it just like randomly. I need to start off being like a very normal, nice like person. Get like a bunch of people here, you know, make them think it's like fine, and then just like completely throw everyone under like bus, and then go back to like absolute normalcy after. That's a good plan. That's a good plan. That's a good way to lose everyone. You know what? It's worth trying. Does sound fun. And at least then it shows you all that I have the ability to be mean. Maybe. I have no ability to be mean, actually. The moment that I'm mean, I feel bad, and then I stop being mean. There's only some people that I can be consistently mean to, but only because it's like funny, and only because they're mean to me. Wait, clarification. It's like teasing or like ribbing someone, right? It's like ribbing someone. When you rib someone and they rib you back, it's like, oh yeah, cool. Like, you know what I mean? That's what I mean. I'm not being mean to some random person and then they're like crying and I'm going like, haha, so funny, right? Like that's not what I'm doing, right? I'm only doing that to people who are like doing it and we tease each other, right? The way I said it before sounded mean. Like I would walk up to some old person and just say some like terrible thing and I start laughing. I wouldn't do that. Maybe. False sense of security. Exactly. A false sense of security. You know what? I know exactly what we're going to do. See you all next week when it does happen, and good luck. It's going to be a very interesting back and forth. Let's say whiplash. Am I something or dragging? I forget the line from the whole movie. The friends bullying, not real bullying. Exactly. Yeah. When you do it to your friends, it's banter. It's banter. Right? It's just banter. Even if they break down crying, it's all just banter. Even if they break down crying, it's all just banter. Don't worry, chat. It's all for funsies. You may see that soon, actually. We were planning like a stream, my friends and I, at some point, because they wanted to try streaming and they wanted to try it with me, and I was like, okay, fine. But we don't know when it's gonna happen because we're waiting for another friend of ours to come home to like watch, because they're on vacation. Our one mod is currently on vacation for 2 weeks. She's gone. It's actually your time, chat. This is your time to take over the like chat and say the wildest things. There's no one here There's no one here to like stop you. Crying might be too far. No. It's all just banter, right? When they're crying and they say, I never want to talk to you again. Like it's all just banter, right? Like they're gonna talk to you again tomorrow, maybe in like 5 years, 10 years. You don't really know. Right? I mean, with my friends, it's been like 20 years and they haven't talked to me, but it's just banter. They'll talk to me again soon, right? Give it another 20 years. Another 20 years, and the banter will be over. Yeah, it's just banter. It's just banter. You know what's not banter, chat? It's me clenching my teeth as I cut my hand to get even more blood. Time to throw 3 vitality into the tree. I've already given this like tree actually a lot of vitality. At least like 4 or 5 from before. So we're going to try to go all the way. I'm going to clench my teeth and hurt myself quite a bit to give as much blood as I can to get a seed. Your blood spills on the altar and sinks into it before it gets to the edges. The sound of moving, stretching branches occurs almost immediately. That was painful. Maybe I should have brewed a health potion. I can brew a health potion over at Foggy's. I'm a genius. That's what I should do. I should go to Foggy's tomorrow, brew a health potion, drink it, come back here, and then spend some more blood. Blood for the blood god! Blood for the blood god! Let's sleep. I don't have a good way to sleep, so I don't recover any vitality, and I lose food because I have no money, no moolah. Hey, Elpis, got any money? No? Wait, I'm a genius. I can talk to the old man, heal. So okay, I'm there. Tomorrow we sacrifice more blood. We go to the old man, we get healed. We sacrifice even more blood. The traded stall is already closed. Shit. I need food rations.
Shit! I'm broke. I can't sleep. There's no bed. I'll sleep on a mouflon pelt. It's warm here, but the mouflon skin allows your back to rest a bit. You wake up a couple times during the night. The smell of the cooked stew fuels your hunger. The staff returns to your room every an hour or so to stir the pot. You wake up early, but leave the building to check up on Yogi and give the water from the creek. The innkeeper is sitting near the door, from time to time carrying out another bowl with either stew or gruel. Theirs is nowhere to be seen. I forgot too, I can't brew a potion because I need money to brew a potion. So maybe, instead, I drink my troll urine? No. What do I do? What could I do? Maybe buying the bits of iron wasn't worth it either. I have no food. Starvation weakens you in the physical struggles. I need to leave this place. Go over to Foggy's lake. Eat her free food that, well, it's not free, I paid for it. I enter the tavern. I approach Foggy, and I say, I need to eat now, pronto. I'd like to eat more, thank you. I want to buy something. I'm broke. Do you want to buy something? Boy tusk, still? A dragon and a dinner. I think I get one dragon over at, Howler's Dell. Maybe I can wait. I can still wait. I don't need the money as of yet. Let's do my plan. I'm gonna go get healed with my free healing from the druid. I'm gonna sacrifice more blood to the blood god. Hello. Give me my healing. Thank you. Reaches for your hands. Now, the less you blink, the less time it will take. Focus. You look back into his eyes and join the time in its chaotic run to entropy. Through the blue flowers, the butterflies, the sky. You barely notice the waves of Numer that crawl through your arms. The Numer that I'm going to sacrifice back to the beholder. Back to the beholder. I approach the altar. I offer my blood. As much as I can before I faint. Your blood spills on the altar and sinks into it before it gets to the edges. The sound of moving, stretching branches occurs almost immediately. It still isn't even ready. That's crazy. How much more blood do I need to give? You know what? Let's go to the western gate. Tell him about the pelts of the north and where he can stay to like rest. Then we'll go back down into Hallow's Dell. About your duty. Yason will allow you to stay at his inn. He'll even pay you after you help the hunters on one of the more vicious trips. Crosses his arms, still hesitant. Won't be more rusty than this place, and I finally have time to rest a bit. Well, what before that? Am I to live on oats and water and rags? No, if you're really desperate for coins, I can spare you a few. Enough for you to get comfortable at the inn. I need to pay him at least 10 coins. Oh my god. He steps away. You already helped me quite a bit. I can't ask you for that. 10 coins? Yeah, sorry man. I can't even afford myself 10 coins. Sorry. Can I offer a sacrifice? I could offer a sacrifice. Wait a minute. See, this is why I need you, Chad. See, I'm too nice. So I need the bloodthirsty among you to remind me that I have the ability to possibly hurt people. I need the many among you who remember that hurting people is actually a possible viable strategy here. And quite a viable strategy it is. We sell the bone ring and the boar tusk. We could get 2 rings total. I could sell the cider for 5 rings. Or I could sell the iron scraps for 6 rings. Whoa, this is great. Because I don't really need the iron scraps much. And I have a new bronze axe, which needs bobs and bits. And I bought these scraps for 6 whatever, or for 5 actually. So this is 1 profit. We can always use some iron, but these scraps are one rain away from getting trashed. See, this one's already rusty. You don't get more than 6 rings for that deal. Wait a minute. No. Old Pagos needs iron. Bronze axe head. We do really need more of these. He observes the head with curiosity, but pushes it back to you. You should sure you don't want it. You give you a handle and a wedge. You'll have a fine weapon in half an hour. Really? What do you want for it? Don't worry about it. He pushes a crate filled with wooden parts and puts a few of them in front of you. What? He gives me a free axe. I thought I had to buy it. Happy to help? Thank you, Chad. Thank you for giving me some of your bloodthirstiness. I never want to see any of you at TwitchCon, ever. If you ever walk up to me, I will call security. I didn't know he could also give me like a free axe handle. I thought I had to find the bits and bobs. Thanks. What else am I hiding? I don't know. But now I've got an axe.
An axe head and handle. With the other tools in my possession, I can turn this into a decent weapon. Nice. The bone ring, I think it might be worth it to give over to whatchamacallit. To Gale Rocks. But I need money now. Well, I don't need money now, actually. I don't need money now. I can sleep on the floor. Doesn't really matter. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's do this. I'll sell to old pagos once they're fine. But the only way that they're fine is if I can get health to trade. Which I don't have health. So Akakios, take the iron scraps. No, but it may be important for a quest. I don't want to risk it. We'll sleep on the floor. Doesn't matter. It's fine. Good. Okay, good. Too tired to work? That's painful. Okay, cool. I'm going to speak to Paulus in Gale Rocks. Forgot to speak to him last time. In the meantime, what can I do here? We go up at the Foggy Lake. No, we make my axe first. Make my axe. Spend some time putting it together. Yes, a bronze axe. You gather your tools and let your mount relax for a bit. The entire procedure takes you almost an hour. The curve saves you a lot of time, but using the simple wooden logs and surfaces to put the head in its new place takes a lot of effort. And you do your best to make sure the wooden wedge will get to the bottom of the cut. At one point, you're almost sure it's all for nothing, but the next good hit eases your thoughts. The wedge squeezes in, and just in case, you tie it all with a cord. Take a few swings, then strike a log. The weapon holds. I've now got a stronger axe. I sharpen the blade and put it with the rest of my equipment. Nice! Oh yeah. This is a much finer blade than my simple battle axe. Good. Okay, how am I gonna get money to do anything? I should talk to the marriage candidate. Paulus. Wait, didn't Paulus want us to do something actually? I already talked to him, no? Nah, I should talk to him. Maybe I did talk to him. I don't know. Tribes of Pagos hold no spouses. Foggy Lake will get me food. I need vitality to do pretty much everything. Well, I should brew a potion. Which is, I should maybe sell the iron. Let's go to Gale Rocks first, see if they'll buy the ring. And how much they'll buy it for. Because the ring probably comes from them. Let's go to the, I don't know, the armor? New equipment? No. Step away. The tailor? Ah, here we go. The bone ring looks like something from here. She moves it to the light, widens her eye, and speaks with melancholy. I made it myself, I did, as a little lass. Someone who used to be madly in love is now taken by the storms. He was better at digging than sailing. He puts the ring on the counter. His wife is still around, though. Leave it with me for 2 coins. It will mean a lot to her. Yes, of course. Take it. Nice! We get 2 coins for it. Worth it. Much appreciated. She takes out 2 dragon bones from a box that's indistinguishable from the one with fastenings and leaves her ring on the counter. And she can do a lot for us still. We can get some gambits and stuff. We can get some repair kits for ourselves too. But our stuff is very, very good. And it's reinforced with whatchamacallit? The spider webs. Killer the Batman. Navica, do you have anything new? Petronius? I'm not spending coins on this. Portia? No. The tailor, the village head woman. Hello, Well, Severina doesn't want anything to do with me. We have no vitality, and there's nothing really left to get here. Let's get some food from Foggy Lake and sleep here. We now have 2 coins. Very handy. This may be enough to get us the ability to brew potions. I can't, because I'm weak as shit. Damn it. Damn it. Let me eat. Holy shit, 7 dragons for my axe. No. We do, okay, maybe it is worth it to sell this, like, boar tusk. Who would not really hunt boars? Maybe old pagos, right? But I need 3 coins to brew a health potion to make this work. This is all very complicated. Okay, you know what? For now, go outside. Let's scavenge a bit. Go to the foraging grounds, find some food. Go back to the statue, get clean. Do a bunch of useful things, basically. Let's forage. We got 2 bunches of wild plants, right? Then we go over to the Wanderer. It's nighttime now. Almost nighttime. I didn't wash myself. And I have all 3 things to wash myself a lot, actually. And then there's nothing left. Now we can go to the northern road, 45 minutes. I can grab the trap. Maybe there's a fish in there. The risk is that there's a bunch of monkeys that are going to like stab me, basically. They're gonna throw rocks at me, and then one of them is probably gonna walk down to try to find me. Okay, so let's see if the fish trap had any luck. Sadly, you're too late. The catch is already starved to death. Oh. I take the fish trap back. That was useless. Maybe I get nothing. Maybe I get nothing. Sure, I'll get nothing. Whatever. Hey, Foggy. Can I sleep here? Yes, I can. Sleeping in the attic. Yep, rest here for free. I'll be a bit dirtier, but I get 1 vitality. Fine. The rains once again hit the road, interrupting your sleep. Another day of muddy, slow roads. Okay. We have to get some strategy for sacrificing most of our life. The days are getting shorter. 13 hours in a day. Healing potion. I can use the second recipe, which is good, and it only costs 1 coin each. Preparation time. Good. So now we have a new healing potion. You chop up and grind dozens of herbs. Same. It's the same. The same as everything. It's already late. My eyes hurt after the last potion I brewed. What? No, we brew again. More potions. More potions. I have no money. Foggy, would you like to buy my berries? No. But now we have some good stuff. Okay, now I'm a genius. Now we sacrifice ourselves, right? Why sacrifice a person when I can sacrifice my own life? For a tree. Approach the altar. My blood. Wait. Magical item is a potion? A potion works. Take a potion. Put the bottle on the altar, and after a couple of breaths, it starts to shake. Maybe you should pour out its contents. I spill the liquid on the altar. The potion covers the altar, filling the air with the sweet smell of fruits and honey. The liquid seed sinks into the table before it gets to the edges. The tree greets your offering with the sound of moving, stretching branches. Yes! Oh my god, yes! I approach the weird fruit that suddenly appeared. It appeared in just a couple of moments, transforming from a button-sized sphere into a large fruit. While its shape and size resemble an apple, it's also pale, entwining the whites and grays of bone. It's divided into a number of slices, like an expensive toy made of marble. The tree is now larger, taller, but becomes silent, once motionless, sated in its hunger. Your farewell gift is waiting for you. You spend an hour or so, making the tools that will allow you to pick the fruit from where I am. Yeah, let's spend some time. I'm kind of worried about not spending time here. If I don't spend time, I'm going to die. You look for 2 long branches that, in the required shapes, at first you make a curved hook, then a net-like piece of simple cloth spread between 2 sub-branches. The plan is simple. Pull the fruit with the former, then catch it with the latter. You press it on an imaginary branch a couple of times until you feel ready. All it takes is a single pull. It's hard like bone, smooth like polished granite, and just as cold. You look at the tree, but nothing else grabs your attention. I put the tools away and hide the fruit in a sack. Nice. So the altar is now done, the swamp altar. So once a year, that fruit appears, and so now it's useless. Because now, see, it will never grow anything else. I may approach the altar, but it doesn't move anymore. It's dead. I can't get here before nightfall. Shit. What do I do? Seek shelter. I'll survive this, right? When you go down to 1 vitality, doesn't mean you die, right? I can sleep. I'll make it.
Eric's. I need sleep. Okay, we're going to sleep.
That's 2 days wasted. Goddamn. Dark skies don't let go. It's yet another night of rainfall. Damn. The days are shorter too, so this is bad. It takes us longer to move around, and the days are shorter, all the way through. I drink my healing potion. I eat my wild plants. Try to eat the fruit? No. Let's eat the wild plants. Wait, maybe I should eat the fruit. Forget the village. No, it can make me stronger. No, it's not worth it. We need to save people, chat. Not eat the fruit. Why am I saying chat as if you're the ones telling me to eat the fruit? I'm trying to I'm the devil on my own shoulder. I'm trying to convince myself not to eat the fruit. Hello, old man. I have the fruit you told me about. Straightens up and takes the fruit gently, then carries it to the cave. When he returns, he bows his head to you.
I'm astonished, traveler. I am. It must have taken a lot, but we're almost done with it. Return to me once you're ready to take me to old Pagos and back, but nay later than the early afternoon. I may help us push away the wild animals, but I'll be too weak to protect us from the creatures of the night. We maybe need even 6 hours.
What can you tell me about the druids as a whole? Chokes his beard gently.
The forest guides us, and we share its wisdom with the tribes. We and they ought to stay humble, take from the land what is needed instead of what's wanted. Nay, because there's something we believe in, but because it protects us from the wrath of the herds. To stay safe, one needs to know how to be patient, take restraint into their hearts, and to make the beasts listen to us, we keep the animals healthy, teaching them to nay approach our homes and travelers.
Honestly, that does sound reasonable. I can also change the topic, knowing that the monsters will never be able to live side by side with the people. But I believe it to be true. I want my own slime girl. I mean, since you know so much about the weather, could you predict the weather for me? What?
If it's so easy, why can nay every soul learn to read the weather?
His harsh gaze shifts into an amused smile.
But it may just be that nay ancestors have taught me a few tricks.
He spent a few minutes to study the clouds, listen to the wind, touch the rocks, observe the flight of birds and insects. Flight to the Concord. In the end, he crouches with a flexibility that's surprising for his age. This guy just did a squat. Like, you know, the Asian squat where you go on your heels? That's what he just did. That's really hard to do. And speaks out loud a few words in the old speech, drawing a vague symbol in the ground with a finger, then almost violently grasping the soil. He stands up and blows into his fist, spraying its contents in front of him, then nods towards you.
A cold day awaits us, but nay a harsh one.
I'm ready to take you to Old Pagos. Let's do this. Without a word, he walks to the middle door and leaves you alone for a few minutes. Once he returns, he holds a red staff and a linen bag, which he gives to you.
I'm old. You'll carry it,
he states matter-of-factly. To be fair, that's probably the best choice here. He is old. He's changed into similar pants and a tunic, but the greens, blues, and reds are lively. You don't see any stitches or patches. Still, he looks like an old commendant, not a priest. As you lead Yogi down the path, there isn't much of an opportunity to speak with the old druid. He looks around, observes the plants in the sky, but hardly ever glances toward you, never for long enough to have a chance to read your lips. I follow him north. We're gonna finally save a whole village and maybe open up a trade opportunity. Good. Sure, I may have lost power, a great reward, but who cares? The best reward is for people to survive. The locals drop their tools and head to the road, observing you approach anxiously and bowing to the elder. The commotion spreads to the other side of the wall as the villagers call their friends and families together around. Behind the open gates, you're welcomed by a tunnel of onlookers. The druid raises his hand and waves at no one in particular. He moves forward silently, not interested in what he sees. Once you get to the fruit-bearing trees, you turn right. Crossing the bridge is not easy for an old man, but he doesn't ask anyone to hold him, instead of putting his weight on the staff and taking slow steps forward. The welcoming committee awaits you on the islet. The druids are gathered on one side, while a group of elders are on the other. Theus stands in your way, right before the second bridge. When you reach her, there's a long silence. Should I let them play out their games? Or should I demand, let us be? What we do here is unrelated to you. No, let's let them play out their games. For them to make the wrong move first. We're honored. Oh, sorry. The mayor welcomes the elder with a nod. Sorry, I don't know why I read ahead there. Sorry. We're honored to see your arrival, Forest Speaker. I hope you do not. I hope you do not want to leave us already. He puts her right hand on her chest and chillingly titters. There's no trace of a city accent. The elder's tone is both firm and polite.
I'm nay here. If there had been another path I could take, I would.
He looks around, observing the nearby faces.
I'm glad to see you in good health. This place does not need me, and thanks to this stranger, I can reach the people in great misfortune. Good day.
Elpis steps forward, with fingers clenched around her staff.
Beholder has awoken. Our people have the right to its seed. You're robbing us of a fruit for which we've been waiting since spring.
Her cadence is indistinguishable from your companions, and you notice their staves have an identical length. I can either choose to not intervene, which is silly because, again, why would I? But does this mean that not intervene as in, like, the old man will speak? Or I can say that I've made the sacrifice. It belongs to me. That I get to decide, taking the fall for the druid. I think that's best, probably. The old man, though he may be strong, is probably still old. And he's doing a great sacrifice on his own part, too. So I've made the sacrifice. All of it. My 2 health potions, a free healing spell from the old man, and multiple days. It belongs to me. And I get to decide.
And this stranger has chosen what none of you is brave enough to do.
The man sounds like a disappointed teacher. You realize he has heard the druidess's voice without looking at her lips.
Never you, Elpis.
He looks at the pale druidess with his staff. His hand is shaking.
To think you would dare claim our holy totem as your belonging. Your soul is marked with corruption.
He looks around.
You who believe you deserve the seed, do they understand who you are, how lost you are?
He moves his staff around, pointing at various faces. He wants to move forward, but the mayor puts hands on her sides. In her eyes, you see an unfamiliar glimpse of fear. You've already eaten the seed once, so speaker. Do they make us use force? He's eaten the seed once. He ate the seed once. So he already gained its power. That's why he knew about the great power. That's why he felt guilty. Because he probably ate the seed at the loss of another life. It all makes sense now. Chat, do you understand what happened? I do. Remember Steep House? The first city taken over by the plague? The thing that he didn't dare tell us about? He ate the seed once. A mistake that has a choice that has haunted him for the rest of his life thus far. Though he gained great power, it was at the loss of an entire city. And the people of the city, Hallersdale, couldn't care less. They don't care at all what happens. I understand now why he didn't want to tell us too much. He was still dealing with the guilt of it in himself. Damn. And these people are much more cold and cruel than I realized. As selfish as you are, imagine using all of that power just to make yourself stronger at the cost of, dozens of lives. You could have had more together. But Hallersdale, and honestly the actions of Theus, have shown me that she's trying to do things for herself. Maybe the druids themselves had no power here. Maybe they're trying to guide the people, but they don't want to intervene, as they say. And Theus was the one putting them down the wrong road. Two choices. I may either trust that he knows what he's doing, and honestly, he probably does. Or I can speak up, saying there's no need for violence and don't push us into it. But I trust the old man. He knows what he's doing. A good minute passes by before the elder speaks again.
My wife welcomed you to this world, Theus. I myself voted to use the seed to heal your weak bones. I can nay believe you have fallen so far. Our journey illuminates, nay doubt. You're but a brigand.
Only you can hear a sigh.
Enough of this. Be gone.
He doesn't wait any longer. He steps forward and the mayor gets out of your way, preserving the two of you with fear and fury. Cross the bridge, then the open gate. The man returns to silence, but his back is bowed, shoulders drooping. He's sad. He's sad to see that his people have fallen so far. We're almost there. Damn. We got so much information there. That's actually insane. I can't believe it. The man stops near the clearing and leans on his staff, contemplating the clearing silently.
When I was but a brat, nay a bow was trimmed without a greater purpose, nay only for humans, both for the trees and land. Pinching the spirits was a misdeed.
He turns to you, observing your lips.
I've heard tales of great sages, from before the days of emperors, who restored such lands with a single spell, brought them back to life, helped us find forgiveness, the right path.
And where are these sages now?
Those are just stories.
He glances at the dead trees.
Made up by those who dream of salvation, but do they know what they need to be saved from? Who think there's a bomb that will cure a soul, the fate itself?
He resumes his walk. Indeed, there is nothing to cure a soul that is plagued by greed, by lust for power. And you realize just how complex the problems of these lands are. That ultimately, again, it's what I said at the beginning of the stream, that we as people are much more responsible for what we're capable of and what's going on around us than we truly believe. Though we may hide behind that term, that concept, that idea of fate, nothing can absolve us of the responsibility of our own actions. Just as the people of Halliesdale do, so too do all the people who live in this northern land, this wild land. Every single action that we take, going further and further into the woods, demolishing the land for what purpose? They'll come back to bite us eventually. And I wonder if I can change that fully. Though the sages may just be a myth, maybe there is a solution just like them. The hills are bright and colorful. The tall grasses and flowers dance with the wind, and aware of the countless grasshoppers, butterflies, and mice that romp and prey among them. Dark green birds are circling above the walls and cliffs, arguing in tongues unknown to humans. With every breath that you take in the summer in its dusk, the drying ground and the promise of rainfalls, as well as a pinchy smoke coming from the funeral pyre set in the center of the village, cutting the horizon like a column weaved from shadows. As time goes on, the old man's walking pace slows down, observing the lands around you with great interest. His keen eyes stop on trees, bushes, and flowers, though it's the crops on the plateau that make him stop for a bit. After a minute or two, he speaks.
The plants want this fall. They need nae more than 2 rains. The farmers need to come out right after dawn.
He doesn't look at your lips, just turns around and approaches the second ascent, once again slowing down the climate without your help. I tether Yogi to the fence so he can graze on the meadow. The man waits at the gate and reaches out to you. You give him the bag that he gave you back at the shelter.
You do nae have to stay away, but it will nae be pleasant.
He sighs.
I'll come out soon, and we'll leave this place right away. The village may be cured, but that doesn't mean that the plague is cleansed. We can still be infected.
He raises his red staff and uses it to knock on the gate. You don't wait for long for the dark-eyed woman to open the peephole. This time, there are not that many people around her.
Let me in,
says the druid. Peephole closes right away. After a few loud minutes of moving the wooden bars, the gate opens slightly. You have a couple moments to look around. The few buildings you notice are unlike anything you've seen in this province. Made of materials that resemble the rock faces you've seen on this very hill, with tiled roofs and stone walls. A proud and strong city, only plagued by a plague. That was a terrible sentence. The gate closes gently. I stay near the gate, or I walk away to have a better look. Let's stay near the gate, just in case something happens. You hear footsteps, voices, crying, heavy objects there move around. For a couple of moments, everything calms down, then a sudden wind strikes you, pushing you away from the wall. Your skin tingles and your shell convulses. Your stomach hurts. You want to spit out something that you can't comprehend, like a dragon with a breath of pestilence. The feeling stops suddenly. You wipe the sweat from your forehead, feeling a weird relaxation in your limbs, a lethargy under your control, something you'd feel after a long training or a day of hard work. You take a deep breath, and the wood, stone, smoke, ground, and grass spark a new sensation in your nose, some sort of sharpness that you hadn't perceived before. We actually got one healing there. I focus on regaining control over my shell, sorry. Only now do you notice that the gate is open, that the old man is right next to you, kneeling, leaning forward, breathing heavily. He opens his bag, pulling out the weird fruit that you gave him. We're shaking hands. He detaches the first slice of its skin. Before you take a good look at it, it turns into a gray powder and slips through the man's fingers. The rest of the fruit follows its example, covering the soil with an ash-like dust. The thing that remains resembles yet another fruit, or cherry-sized seed, levitating in the middle of a floral ribcage, The man observes it for a few breaths, then reaches for it with 2 fingers, swishing it softly, and puts it into his mouth. During the next minute, he gets up, grins at you, dusts off his knees, and takes a few steps forward, which turn into a dance like skipping. He then descends from the hill, without a word. You hear the joyful calls of the villagers, their hysterical laughter, and names screamed at the sky, welcoming those that have awoken after a long dream. Cat, I can't believe we have actually done a good deed for once in our entire playthrough. We have finally saved an entire village. For once, I did not cause more problems, and for once, I really do feel like a true Roadwarden, as if I'm in control of my own destiny here, of my own path. Though I may work for the guild, I feel like I have now just fulfilled my first ever duty as a Roadwarden, that I have earned my title. That's right, baby. Oh, and best part, we can now come back to this town and listen to this really, really great song. I really enjoy the solemnity of it, and I hope it keeps that like tone almost. I prepare my horse and follow a druid. For the first hour, the elder swings his staff around like a conjurer in the marketplace, and humps himself like a drunkard. His walking pace remains stable. As time goes on, his friendly state fades out. At first, he returns to using his staff, then gives you his bag. He looks down, hobbling, and finally asks you for help. What's happening to him? I get him in the saddle. I guess the energy that the seat gave him wasn't really much. You help the man dismount, realizing how light he actually is. Holding your shoulder, he points to a bench near the spring. You help him sit down and place his staff and bag nearby. He's smiling, covered by sunbeams, stretching out his legs, leaning back to rest on the warm rocks.
We've done a good job, he says quietly, but clearly. Now all we can do is hope they'll stop cutting down the trees before the wild creatures push them into the sea.
After a moment, he opens his eyes and looks at your lips. I have a couple options here. Thank you for your assistance. Or I can maybe note that I'm not still sure why he decided to aid them. Not really his allies. Or I can remain silent, just bask in this moment of the quiet. Oh yeah, stick it in me. Why'd you say that, chat, huh? But welcome back. Nice to see you again. Thank you for your assistance, old man. Thank you for sticking it into the ground. Honestly, I'm surprised that we sacrificed that. We could have gained much like power, but I feel better having saved people. But now that the seed is gone, a whole other year will have to come before the seed appears, far before I can ever see it. Nice to see me too. Thank you. It's nice to see you as well. Hope you enjoy your stay.
And I thank you. It's one of those strange things that makes us different from so many creatures. We may not belong to a single pack, yet we joined our strength, pursued the same goals.
We live in a small garden.
Saved the lives of others, just because we could. Our souls do make me wonder.
He sighs.
I want to get some sleep. If you need anything before you leave, now is the time.
Can I enter the cavern? I need a place to rest too, man.
Yes.
I get to sleep with the old man.
Woo! So be it. We are humble people, and we do nay have much to offer, but at least there's a scrap of floor for you to lie down on, and a stream to wash yourself. Follow me.
The door, made of steel and surrounded by bricks, could protect a treasury or an armor. The same amount of iron could be used for dozens of tools or over 100 high-quality spears. You wonder what would happen if there were no more druids around. Would scavengers detach it and melt it down? Would it stay here for centuries as a relic of the past? There's a single plate in the middle, used to lock or unlock a latch, and an additional padlock which requires its own awkwardly large key. There may be a similar device on the other side. The gate squeals, and moving it makes the man pant. Why didn't I help him? I let some old man push this giant door. We walk inside. New shelter unlocked. Oh yeah. Gerontophilia. Thank you. I was just thinking about what is the term for liking old people. I would have said I'm into gilfs, but gerontophilia fits too. I maybe okay. Though to be fair, filiar is a scary word, so maybe gilfs. Let's just say that I'm really into gilfs, yeah. But now we have a new safe shelter and a place to wash up. Fairly useless, mind you, considering the layout of the map. It's the most far away place. Doesn't really help much. So the cabin is austere, lit only by several candles. The corridor leading deeper underground is flooded. The air is humid, but free of mold and putridity, despite all the wooden furniture around. The man points at a bunch of brown and gray furs laying on the floor, mostly taken from boars and deer. There's also an especially large one that belongs to a red and black bear.
Feel free to pile them up. They should make for a strong, soft bed. Just be sure to spread them around when you wake up. I need them to cover as much of the ground as they can.
He also nods toward a wooden table. We see an array of expensive instruments, glass, gold, and copper. Bottles, scales, knives, alembics, mortars, a crucible.
And if you do know much about alchemy, stay away. 'Tis expensive, a keepsake. If I find a single scratch on it, you will nae be welcome here anymore.
I am an alchemist, though. I look at the woman lying in bed, covered by a blanket. His wife. I've never seen his wife. He's more touched by time than the man. Her eyes are wide open and observed with something between fear and curiosity. But when you make eye contact with her, she starts to murmur nervously and covers her head with a blanket. The man also notices her movement and strokes his beard when he sees you looking at her.
That's my wife, and the best thing you can do is to ignore her. Her soul is shattered.
Never heard that before.
Her shell is weak. She no longer speaks. He was the owner of this table.
You ask if she won't be bothered by your presence. You see a sad smile.
She will forget about you soon after she looks away. But she's dangerous in a way. If you keep your distance, she will nae approach you. But when she's stressed, her powers take control over her. Protecting a mad magic user, it's difficult, traveler.
Damn. I feel kind of bad for him, actually. He lives out here alone, isolated from Hallorsdale. Because the Hallorsdale has given up on what they used to know. And Elpis is too afraid to stand up to it. She, honestly... This is the thing that's interesting, right? Though the druids sort of expound on this idea of sticking with nature, very few have the strength to actually put that into practice. Look at Elpis and the druids in Hallorsdale. They knew that Theirs' way was wrong, and they knew that all those sacrifices, all those lives lost, like at Steep House, wasn't worth it. And yet, they didn't want to do anything. They live in comfort. They have nice homes, washed with limestone, whitewashed, to look beautiful, to look gleaming in the sun. All they do is they just watch and they wait. They watch and they wait because they don't want to take active part in anything that people do. They'd rather just have it happen and to deal with it as it comes. They don't care. They do care about the general idea of it, but even the way that she talked to us, Elpis, she wanted us to tell Theus not to expand into the hamlet. Why not do it yourself? Because she no longer cares. They feel they've given up on it, and they'd rather other people do the dirty work for them. They betray their own beliefs in practicality. Their words say that they believe it so, but in practice, they don't. Not like this man and his wife. Yet here he is, alone, with his wife, broken. Probably dementia, the way that he describes it. And there's nothing he can do. So she's got dementia, basically? Yeah, basically, yeah. It seems like it, at least. This game is very much it uses a lot of language to describe it in the way that I imagine people would have described it had we not known the science, right? It's just ways to describe the effects, not necessarily the cause. There's just this, but from the effects you can infer what happened to her. I'm sorry for your loss, old man. You caught him off guard, but after a couple minutes you see a smile.
Do nae be. She was my best friend, and I'm glad she's nae alone. I saw death, madness, and blood for many years. And whilst it feels different when it touches the people you love, I'm ready to help her, as much as I can.
He walks toward the door.
I will nae use the padlock. can leave whenever you want. Your mount will be safe. You can be sure of it.
He leaves without another word, so he left me alone with his mad wife. Let's look at the flooded corridor. The candle to look down the corridor, but it doesn't help much. It leads downward. See the spot where the ceiling touches water. Mines often resemble labyrinths, and even if there is any sort of magic which would allow you to swim without air, the risk that you would lose your way back is too grave. How about the alchemical ingredients? I am an alchemist. Now, it seems like it's just a normal alchemist station, because it's the exact same, thing as, same text as what it was before. And it will take time to brew things, but we have some time anyways. Can I make a healing potion? Nope. An oven that can help me at the fort? Nope. The blinding powder that can help me in the combat? Nope. Withering dust for removing shrubs and the thing? Sharpening poison? I can. After consumption, it makes one's senses quicker and alerted. It gives an edge in combat for the rest of combat, but puts a burden on the shell during nightfall, so maybe I can't heal as much at nighttime. You make 3 doses at once. I make the poison. You can't dry up the mushroom, so you cut it into cubes and fry it above a gentle flame while keeping the orange petals in the hot air. Make the mortar and pestle, and prepare various dried herbs, tearing them with your fingers. You're almost sure that at least the sage is not essential for the recipe, but adding to the powder's final volume will reduce the substance intensity and will make the dosing easier. The pleasant smell of a dinner is followed by long minutes of chopping, smashing, and grinding. Finally, the pneumer fills your creation. The entire mixture soaks up with the intense color of the snake bait. You fill a small wooden box. I clean up everything and step away from the table. Now we've got a pretty good tool. I'm gonna go outside. See if I can talk to him about things. We'll approach the spring. Let's wash up. I've got a lot of things to wash myself with. I am clean as a whistle. And now we have some more things. Because when you get cleaner, the more that people want to talk to you, which is strange, but it makes sense. By cleaning myself, he will now tell me about the ruined village. Before, guilty. He didn't want to talk about it. Now that I'm clean, he's like, you know what? My guilt is gone. Sure. I deserve to know what happened to the ruined village. He lowers his head, but keeps looking at your lips.
And what do you think happened?
That's a good question. It has plagues, so maybe humans use monsters to destroy it. He lets out a quiet sigh.
Nay, soul in the north holds this kind of power.
Then maybe it was destroyed during the wrath of the herds. He frowned slightly.
'Tis not everything that happens.
It was pillaged by humans, then destroyed by monsters. He lowers his head.
Yes, you see our shame.
That's actually even worse. Remember, it was important to figure out what happened here. Well, it may be important. And to see if it can ever be re-inhabited. And now we understand what happened to this village. Howler's Dell saw that the village was gaining too much power. And there's things that are connected to this which is strange, right? Yodoshia leaving old Pagos, that's weird. Newcomers arriving at the belt of the north. The people of Gale Rocks neglecting the tunnel in the south. From all of this during the war, Howler's Dell decided to take over. Kill all the people living there. And take everything. Disgusting. I know how I should have addressed you. Want to fix my mistake. Druid. What's his name again? Shit, what's his name? I forgot his name. He had a very specific name that we learned about. We learned about his name, at some point. The Wisens? There was a name that I remember, but I didn't write it down. I'm a fool. We'll have to write it down next time. Oh well. Well, time to sleep. Open the door. Time to sleep in your cavern. I can sleep on a pile of furs. I lose hunger, I lose cleanliness, but it's fine. It's mostly safer. The halfway point is behind you. Damn it. Just 20 days, you'll need to ride back to Hullivan. Otherwise, the roads will get too dangerous for a lone rider. I could also speak to Watulia. Maybe she'll be willing to head to the city earlier. Giving up? Watulia? No way. I'll do it myself. The man has already left the chamber. Once you start setting the furs across the floor, the stinging in your back goes away. The woman is moving in her sleep. Go outside. What's the weather like? It'll be a warm and gentle day. Yes. Okay, good. So I do have I have no food. I'm hungry. What do we do? I don't know. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? I feel kind of lost without like a like a very. I feel lost now that people are no longer dying, right? And I don't really know what to do. I mean, we have a couple of options, really. We can go. We can still continue the quest of the creeks. There's still a whole unknown area here. I can finish the hamlet. I can go back to Howler's Dell and ask them how they feel about my betrayal by working with the druid. Yo. Once you're done with the unpacking, 3 armed men show up behind you. Their gambesons are tightly fastened, eyes grim. He wants to see you, says a man with a bearded beard. He's holding a large stone mace. And you'll come now. After you, then. You're surrounded by curious glances and worried whispers. Theirs is an unusual spot, holding a mug with both hands. She doesn't have to say a thing. The dining neighbors get on their feet and leave the square, without bothering with their plates. Eric's enters the building. Akakios heads towards the tiny islet, excluding the guards, who watch every step. You two are alone. He waves her hand and you get pushed onto a stool, almost hitting the ground. Forgive us all these precautions, she says with a thick local accent, observing you with piercing green eyes. But I'm not sure who you are. Nay an ally, nay a threat. Her pale fingers are tapping on the wood, yet her face is like a statue. Ah. Let's see how this is going to go now. We have a couple of options here, and major things are happening, right? We have effectively gone around them and taken their bounty, their once-a-year bounty from the beholder, and forced them into a bit of a sticky situation where they will not have a way to heal or empower one of their own. That power, by the way, that same power, that allowed them to kill all those over at Steepstone, to take their riches. But it was worth it. Again, what is my job, right? Sure, I may work for the guild council, or for the guild in Hollowven, trying to secure some trade deal, sure, whatever. But I'm also a Roadwarden. My responsibility lies with the people in this land, right? I've always said this from the very beginning of our playthrough, but I think it's very important to hold to those ideals, because just as much as this land needs me to survive, I need them to survive too. I'm the only way for them to connect with each other over larger scale distances. We have a couple options here. I could say, I'm a Roadwarden. People of Old Pagos called for help, and I answered. May they keep their scrap of the land safer, for the sake of all of us. Or I could say I was just pursuing my goals. Doesn't need to affect our common efforts. Or maybe I can say I wouldn't forgive myself for sacrificing this many lives. You can spare one magic fruit for them, Theus. You know what? Though I may be a Roadwarden, I also wouldn't be able to forgive myself. But this almost feels egotistical, as if it's only my guilt that matters, as if my feelings matter more than the lives of the people in Howler's Dell. Again, from everyone's perspective, right? Their people, their group, their tribe is just as important to them as mine is to me. And so this is a very selfish thing to say, as if to say that my needs are worth more than like theirs. Maybe to appeal to my duty is probably the best way to do it. They called for my help, and so I answered. Your view of the peninsula is off. You couldn't help us all yet stay on the side. When some of us gain, others lose. You took away our treasure, and now one of us will die because of it. Berserk Elder, a weak child, a hunter who can't be healed with a spell. Your eyes narrow and keep piercing through your skull. Would you push one of us from a cliff to save another village? How about killing me? How many lives am I worth? Oh, Theus, you have just given me the train scenario, right? Would you pull a switch to kill one person but save like 3? I would pull the switch to kill 100 to save no one. But let's think of choices here. I need to stick with the character motif that we've built for our MC here, okay? If I had no other choice than to decide, I would. Or maybe murdering someone would not be the same thing. Or maybe I can just say like, hey, have mercy on me, Theus. I was meant to deliver messages, kill goblins, and escort travelers. I take no pleasure in making these decisions. But you know what? Murdering someone would not be the same thing. Your inner voice may say so, but to those who you have hurt, the result is the same. Her voice rises slightly. Which is true. I mean, you may not intend to murder someone, but by making that choice and ignoring the consequences, you can't erase the consequences. You simply ignore them. Nay, only do you claim to have the right to make such calls. You make them from your weakness, nay from conviction. When she realizes that her fingernails are scratching the wood, she hides her hands under the table. So, this is it. You took our treasure, thinking it was not a big deal. I and the others, she runs her eyes with the people who are staying at the edge of the square, will have to pay for it. You're nay to be trusted. I mean, if you say so, who cares? Again, this shows how bloodthirsty she is. That where it's like, she really, really wants to do this for her own people's sake, and not for everyone else's sake. Like, she would rather sacrifice an entire town for the sake of one single place. Like, it's so short-sighted. And we know that she's cruel. Okay, I don't trust them anyways because of what they did to Steepstone, to the fact that they destroyed Steepstone to gain their power. Terrible. That's why you degrade the other group, demonize them, or whatever. Us versus them makes us more important than their needs. Precisely, yeah. And that's what she's trying to do, right? That's what she's done. She's built this barrier, this divide between her and them. This is why Elpis told us not to help her too much, because Elpis also recognized her bloodthirstiness. She recognized her rage almost against this world. And I think Elpis understood that because she realized that, hey, her doing this will lead them to downfall at some point. That's why she didn't want me to help her get stronger. But hey, if you say so, I don't care. I did the right thing. You're not petty, Stick. She returns to the accent of the city folk. You can still enjoy your stay at a lovely village, she says with a sigh, with an unusual smile with a hint of a smirk. We can still use your services. You may be a stranger, but at least you carry dragon bones. The guard pushes you away, and the other people read it as a sign. They get back to their tasks and meals, avoiding your eyes, and the air gets lighter. I look around. It was worth it. Absolutely worth it. And I still get to stay inside of town. The trolley problem presumes that there is not a third or fourth option that is not be noticed because option 1 is easiest. Precisely. Yes, exactly. Drift the trolley so you can take out all of them. Exactly. That's the third option. But I went with the fourth option, which is save people. Sure, it may suck, but there was something there. And honestly, it seemed like there was no better way. Sure, this village may have to suffer a tiny bit, very small amount. But think about it. Now all of them are safe too. And honestly, maybe they can get along, right? If my goal is to try to heal this land, I realize actually, this is something that I realized before. The social fabric of this land is very fascinating, right? We rely a lot on strangers to survive. We just don't realize it, right? When you go to a store and you see these things on the shelves that you can buy, even if you go through self-checkout, there's a whole line of logistics. Again, the Phoenix Project, I'm not gonna bring it up ever again, swear to God, that led to that thing being on that shelf that you needed to have, the food that you eat, right? The truth is, we do need to rely on each other to survive, and it's ever more important now that Hovellvin is trying to stick their fingers into this wild land. Then these villages need to be together. We live in a society, exactly, chat. The meme of the train drifting is the best option. You're right. What I should have done was I should have eaten the fruit. I should have gone with the druid. So I should have taken the druid to the village, right? Gotten into the village, and while they're talking, just eat the fruit. In front of everyone. It's like, no, what are you doing? Yo, Theus. Oh, I guess he's nice again. Okay. Elpis, like my shit? You enter the building site, which has changed quite a bit since the last day of your visit. Sorry, I paused strangely. Elpis is standing in the middle of their yard, surrounded by her companions, and she needs a few breaths to collect her thoughts. We are glad to see you, Roadwarden. Her eyes make you think of a sky just after a heavy rain. The forest speaker had put us into shame, and we discussed his words and deeds. Her voice is slow, but you catch its hesitation. We're grateful that the village of Old Pagos will share the next summer with us. The lack of seed will be a burden, but it will bring us to lighter days. I mean, I can give you my seed. Considering what I did for old Pagos, don't you think I'm worthy of your healing abilities? She smiles gently. Aye, you'll deserve the help of the spirits. She leans her staff forward, pointing at you with the top. But it'll only happen when I see you barely standing. To stay strong, one should eat, sleep, and rest. It's a bit like, the advice that people have for like, it's like there's no magic pill, so it's like, listen, the best thing you can do for your health, eat, sleep, rest, exercise. I don't wanna. Well, we did a good job. I think we did good. Sure, they may have lost a single fruit. Doesn't matter. I saved a bunch of lives. I could explore over here, but I really want to explore Old Pagos and go downwards from the Old Forest Garden to find one more hunter, probably. As well as go towards the eastern side, the eastern watchtower from this side. And also the monastery. Maybe they'll give me something. Maybe the monastery will give me something for helping them. Old Pagos, here I come. The road is still covered with the older branches and leaves, and there are some fresh paw prints just nearby, but at least the beast is nowhere in sight. You smell a whiff of urine, but it's right at the verge of your senses. You wonder if the pebblers have a strong sense of smell. I mean, most creatures have a stronger sense of smell than humans.
Oh boy, piss.
The music changed. Listen to it. We did this, chat. Listen to the music. We did this. Whereas before it was solemn, now there's life. Just listen for a moment. Stick is hope. Listen, you haven't been on the stream long enough to say that. If you were here on this stream since day one, you would know that that's a lie. You would know that there's no hope here. That this is the first time that I've ever played like an actual nice person. Wait until you guys see me play Deus Ex or like something. We did this, chat. We did this, chat. We unlocked a new soundtrack. Oh, that was so worth it, dude. I don't even care that like people are like alive, right? I care that we unlocked a new soundtrack. That's probably the best reward possible. You drift. If you don't live, you don't suffer. If there's no life, there's no suffering. If they continued living, they would just continue suffering until they die. So you minimize the amount of suffering this way, so that's the best choice. You're right. That's why I should be drifting. That's exactly why I should be drifting. I should have eaten the fruit and gone on a killing spree, right? Old Pagos was like dead, but I could have single-handedly taken out all of Halley's Dell with the fruit's power flowing through me. Yeah, absolutely right, chat. Yeah, chat. Time to reload. No, I'm just kidding. I like our choices. This time will be nice. This time. Next game we play, though. Listen, chat, I have an idea of what we're going to do, okay? I have an idea. Next week is going to be funny. I hope. You're going to really enjoy how psychotic it can get. Drift. If you say drift stick, it sounds like, like you have like a drifting stick or something. Nuke the whole planet. I wish there was science in these lands, but there's only cool magic. Murder everyone. It's too late for that now, chat. Well, maybe actually. Wait. What if I saved the village so that I could kill them myself? Right? What if I did this so I could kill them myself? So I could hear their pain. The closed gate. You hear muffled conversations and echoes of stone cutting. You knock, and Tertia soon orders to open it. She stands in the middle, in front of dozens of members of her tribe. They are still told to keep your distance. The signs of illness are carved into the exhausted faces of the elders and the children, but this is not a day of sadness. You are greeted with triumphant shouts and applause. Oh boy, this is. I love when people stroke my ego. Tertia turns out to be tall and skinny, holding a spear that would be too long for most, but suits her size. While her tribe's folk are wearing tunics and robes made of ibex fur or hemp, she's putting on an impressive breastplate made of animal shell. She has short, dark hair. While her skin is dark brown, you can tell that there are others in the village who carry the blood of the Southerners. Her voice matches her cheerful brown eyes as she speaks in the name of a people. We keep ye in our prayers, Stick. If we could, we would invite ye to a feast, but we need to keep our distance, at least till the end of winter. We'd like to reward ye, even if there's naught that would make us even. A reward, you say? Oh? Oh? No, I need nothing. Your people need to survive until winter. This is when you need to think about living. I need nothing. I believe ye, but please, let us. It's our duty to give back to the world at least as much as we've received. In what way? There's not but one treasure we own in this village. It's stuff very close to our hearts. She raises a rod made of iron or steel, a bit longer than a finger span, but thin, finished with a flattened edge for cutting. It occurs to you that it's a simple chisel. An elderly man chips in.
It belonged to my son, the greatest sculptor that has ever lived in Old Pagos. To right's glory and our great joy.
His words are sonorous and solemn.
It's filled with pneuma that makes his holder's hands so powerful that they can carve in granite, so precise they can write in glass.
Ah, a short pause. And if you think you won't put it to good use, adds Tertia, we took the time to gather our savings. It's not much, 18 dragons, but not $18 reduce. Chat, the most money that I've ever had in this game is like $9. $18 reduce. It's not much. That's like when a rich person goes up and says, I'll take a pizza. Is it like $100? I mean, all I have is some spare change. And the guy at the counter is like, man, this is a Domino's. So pizza is like $9.
It's like, oh, I didn't know it was that cheap. Alright, take it.
But not. Her chuckle sounds like it belongs to a different soul. One lost in the past. I want the chisel. I want the chisel. I don't want them to join forces with Hovlivin. Honestly, I do kind of hate the idea of them joining forces with Hovlivin. I kind of hate that. I don't think Hovlivin is a good thing for them to team up with, because I get the sense that Hovlivin doesn't care about these like people. Again, they just want them for like money, and when it's ready, they'll just wipe the slate clean. They'll quote unquote slay the barbarians. But you know what? I'm honored that you would give me a chisel. Thank you. She throws a rod toward you, and it lands next to your boots. It's as warm as your own skin. Be blessed, Warden! A small girl shouts, and return to us in spring, so we can show ye our home! You hear many more words of gratitude. First, let's check out this chisel. Damn, it's chiseled. A simple tool used for cutting or splitting hard surfaces. Especially essential for people who carve in wood, rocks, bone, chitin, and metal. It channels the strength of a mallet, club, or stone in a specific spot, allowing the sculptor to achieve a high level of precision. This specific chisel is made of steel, with marks being stricken with other tools thousands of times. As far as you can tell, it's a bit too heavy and narrow to be used on wood, but should work well with all sorts of stone. It bears no decorations. Seeing it in an artisan's workshop, you wouldn't pay it any attention. According to the soul who gave it to you, it was filled with magic decades ago and makes its owner's hands confident. So powerful that we all know. You like when people stroke, see? And guess what, chat? Right now, they're stroking our ego. Exactly, chat. Keep on stroking. Keep on stroking. And please use the new emotes that I added. I see that one of you used the Hana Owo Yo emote, which is nice. I only found out about Hana Owo when I saw the emote for the first time. And fascinating. But there's many different emotes that I added recently, so hopefully you enjoy the 7TV emotes. If you have any emotes that you want to add, please let me know too. The boner one was too good not to add, I think. Now, I've been congratulated before in front of like large groups of people for various projects, and I get very awkward, and so I think it's worth it for me to be very accurate with my response. Because, yeah, it's kind of awkward for everyone to be clapping their hands and you're just kind of standing there. I stand on stage kind of like, awkward. After some time, the villagers disperse, and Tertia's eyes brighten. Her confident stance adds strength to her voice. Is there aught else you need, Stick? Are there any hunters from creeks locked in there with you? Oh. She frowns. You're the first soul who came here in a very long time. Now we have two options all of a sudden. I'd like to hear what you have to say about the other villages, or I can lie, which is a weird lie. I've been in many settlements warning the locals about the plague. You don't have to worry about their safety. I'd like to hear what you have to say about the other villages. Let's not lie, because I worry about them dying. So, Mom, look, the streamer's talking about me. It's talking about me, Mom. I used the Hannah OO emote. Look, you even used the OO. You even used OO. Thank you for using OO. That one's also good. I express my gratitude for the opportunity to see you be stroking. Congratulations, Chad. You've all bonded over something. I'd like to hear what you have to say about the other villages. Let's not lie yet. I'll tell everyone just to make sure, but everyone will be safe, I hope. Which ones? Howler's Dell. They're the closest village. You can get there riding south from the crossroads with the 4 signposts. But don't trust them. She gives you a piercing gaze. They have an order of druids who bow to animals and dead spirits. And their mayor, Thais, has so many grand ideas in her head and a tongue dancing to lies. 10 years ago, she tried to tie the tribes in the north with a pact. The druid yet wanted to grasp all the wealth, telling us we should pay her for protection. Her voice rises. Her laughter is as hollow as her soul. Wait, that sounds like a Castlevania line.
Something is as empty as your soul.
Your words are as empty as your soul. Long pause. Don't let them cloud your eyes. They have food, riches, mead, and pretty houses. But all of those carry poison, and this poison is what leads them. We also got an update on the this quest of the ruined place, the ruined home. Where's the ruined home? Ruined village. And now we know that they don't enjoy them. And the pact cannot be a failure. So Thais was trying to do too much. That's why she's trying to go behind their back now. That's why she's using me to spy on these various villages. Tell me about White Marshes. Such a deceiving name for that dark place. Rotten to the core. Led by a pagan blinded by his wicked wits. His followers are closer to evil spirits than humans, for they use the empty ones as their tools. There's fury in her eyes. Her voice raises. We refuse to trade with them, even before that priest called himself a prophet. They swim in death and will soon drown. You ask her a few questions, but most of her words are little more than an ardent condemnation. One part in particular draws your attention. The road to the bogs is dangerous, spiked with weird beasts. Some of them yell with human-like voices, luring travelers away from the main path. When your knees are in the water, these beasts, jump from a tree on your back, biting your skin off. Even the White Marshes are little more than a trap set in the woods. So it's dangerous to go there. Yet Foggy wanted me to deliver ale. Foggy, I don't know if she's trying to kill me or not. Maybe she is. I don't know. What did I do wrong, Foggy, huh? Tell me about Gala Rocks. It's in the north, just on the coast. They follow Wright's teachings, work hard, and live humbly. We used to trade with them and take our clothes to Rafina for fixing. But they betrayed our trust. And if it weren't for the plague, we'd be sharpening our blades. Why is there broken trust? Why is no one here trust each other? I'm gonna fix this like trust. I'm gonna be the blood traveling through the long desiccated arteries of this godforsaken land. You ask her to share with you the entire story, which instead is told by a young man. He claims that his group was transporting a statue ordered to the tribes of Creeks. Yet during their stay in the tavern at the Northern Road, it mysteriously disappeared. A statue. It must be the bandits' doing, added Sertia. They keep spreading their arms wider, but we won't allow them to stay untouched, with or without Gala Rock's help. That's interesting. Now that I know how to access them too, we may be able to go get that statue. Tell me about Creeks. I don't know much about them. It's a small village in the Far East, younger than me. They came here as refugees from the war and now hunt for wild meat and pelts, but have got almost no dragon bones to spare. When they tried to get our bricks, we had to refuse. You ask her a few more questions, but she cocks her head and gives you a bored look. You've got little reason to travel so far, and they wouldn't be great neighbors or friends. They drink a lot, hunt for sport, die often, and give birth to many children. I wouldn't rely on them. Huh? What's this? The 10-year-old mystery. The clues we've gathered suggest that this lazy peninsula went through many changes 10 years ago, accidentally around the time when the southern village has fallen. You could use what you've learned to ask the locals what exactly happened. Gaining their trust may take a bit of work. The ruined village. Ah. Oh. Chat, we now have a whole new thread to go down, chat. Now we can understand what really happened in these lands. And this is very important. Again, if I am to prepare these lands at all for the coming tide, I need them to all work together. Otherwise, it'll be too late by the time things happen. I need to travel across everywhere. I need to go to the eastern outposts. I need to find Asterion, and I need to find White Punches. And now we have the 10-year-old mystery as a overarching thing to like search on. I vaguely remember seeing that before as well. And it appears that we're able to go on the third section of it. The first was easy. The second, we had a bit of work. And now the third, saving old Pagos, we've now unlocked the next section of this whole journey. But that's for another time, chat. This game has been good. We've been playing for a couple hours though. And reading for a long time. Listen, I can barely stay on one game all the way through, let alone read for a long time. But honestly, it's getting late on my end. Again, sorry I started late, but I think this was a solid run. What did we do today, chat? I said we'd start today and we would focus on getting things done. And boy, have we gotten things done. We saved an entire village. We've cut our ties with a very bloodthirsty, very honestly short-sighted leader, Theris. We've gained access to an old druid's home. Not really helpful, but at least we have something in this corner of the world. Something at least to tide us over, because now Hallisdell isn't really the safest place to be. And we were able to solve even more mysteries about this land, to learn more about the history of it, and to finally put us on a guiding path, a clear path to solving issues. For the first time ever, we have a clear path to two major objectives. One, how to appease the guild in Hovlevin, how to get details about that deal that they had. Two, how to save these lands from itself almost. How to save the people who live here from their own hubris. How to effectively unite the people of this land under one single banner. Again, I can't believe we actually got so far. There's still a third one that we have to do, which is build a trade deal for Hovlevin. But I almost wonder if that's necessary. For once you unite these lands, is there any point at all? I don't think so. But I think we've done a lot of good in this session. But to figure out the mystery, the rest of it, we'll have to wait till next time. It's been a long session and my throat kind of hurts. It's good to take it slow, right? It's not a race. It's a long journey. It's a long journey. We'll be on the road for a long time together. And every single moment that we spend on this road is going to be an ordeal. And it's better for us to be ready for it, instead of just diving deep into it, believing that we can somehow push through it with force alone. This is going to take more than just strength. It's going to take a lot of wits, a lot of will, and a lot of good detective work. That's all for this session of Roadwarden.